Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to SciTech Global. The show will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of SiteTech Global 2025. My name is Corey Lyle, and I'm honored to host our global online audience today as the CEO of Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired and as the producer of this important conference. Yesterday, we heard from Salesforce, Waymo, Microsoft, Aira, Google DeepMind, and the Blind Institute of Technology. Powerful conversations about intentional work impacting the blind and low vision community. If you missed any of these sessions, they'll be available on our YouTube channel later this month. But today, we continue exploring this powerful theme. Technology is at its best when it serves everyone with equal access and functionality. So here's what we have in store today. We'll discover the power and promise of multi-line Braille in conversation with DOT, Humanware, and APH. We'll highlight the responsible AI principles at Microsoft that are focused on building a fair and inclusive AI future. We'll get a peek at Google's latest accessibility features and several demos. We'll hear from a director at Meta's Reality Labs as he shares his journey working on and using Meta smart glasses. So whether you're here as a developer, designer, researcher, advocate, or someone personally impacted by accessible technology, thank you for being part of this movement. And continue to engage with us throughout the day using Slido chat. We love hearing your thoughts and your questions. Now let's dive into day 2.
Technology for Good. Author Jim Fruchterman in conversation. Speaker Jim Fruchterman, author and CEO, Tech Matters. Moderator Larry Goldberg, accessibility sensei and technology consultant.
Hi, this is Larry Goldberg here with Jim Fruchterman. We want to thank SiteTech Global for giving us a few minutes to talk about some pretty interesting developments in the field of technology and accessibility and assistive tech. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Larry, great to see you.
Great to see you. Now, before we dig in, I want to talk about the most exciting startup I've heard of launch in the past year, and that is the Dovetail Bakery in Queens.
Yay, my daughter's bakery.
Fantastic. And I'm looking out my window in New York right now, and I can see Queens, so I'm going to get over there.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's
Thank
great.
you. You know, the better part of my family.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I know you love to question conventional wisdom. So, let's dig into a few provocative things you brought up in your recent book. Your book is great, just came out a month and a half ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And it's pretty exciting, and people really need to read it. But why don't you do a little promo for your book right now?
Well, obviously, I dropped out of the regular Silicon Valley AI scene to start a nonprofit tech company that people know as Benetech. And it was such a great experience for me to move away from, I call it, from money to meaning. And as my career has progressed, I have found hundreds of nonprofits that are using technology to make a difference. And no one had written a book on how to start a deliberately nonprofit tech company. And so I thought there should be at least one book on how to deliberately lose money as a tech startup.
And so you have. So yeah, well, my first question was, have you gotten any pushback from some of those nonprofits or even the dinosaurs that you talk about that kind of need to go away?
The dinosaurs aren't reading my book, right? And the joke in my thing is like, and the accessibility industry was kind of like has had this issue is that programs that were great in the 1950s maybe didn't serve people so well in the 1990s or the 2010s, right? And yet in the nonprofit sector, there's a conservatism preserving the way we did things in the past approach, and that tech innovation is often put in the back burner. I mean, the Library of Congress was shipping audio cassette tapes through the mail 25 years after the audio cassette tape went obsolete, right? So I think my belief is that people with disabilities, actually ordinary people, deserve the best technology as opposed to stuff that was, from their parents' or grandparents' era.
Yeah, I felt some pain there. I've been in the captioning business for many, many years, and it was very analog and manual to start. And then some smart disruptors came around and started using hybrid technology combo of machines and humans, and it was really disruptive to the captioning industry. And running a nonprofit, we had to be concerned about, can we keep up? Can we invest the necessary finances and resources to deliver? And you talk about that a lot in your book.
Well, I think one of the things that, and I think that when you get to the heart of it, the goal is to serve the people we serve. It is not to preserve the living that we have or the organization we have. And when organizational preservation starts taking precedence over the interests of the people you serve, things are going wrong. But the way people are funded often causes these sort of divergences. But I know that the people who really innovate in a field tend to be the people who have been on the front lines, see the good and the bad of how things are being done today, and try to imagine how to do it better. And I want to help equip those people to be more successful, whether they choose to start a purpose-driven for-profit or a nonprofit that's sort of more disruptive and technically capable.
Well, I think we can feel good about the fact that a lot of the young people coming into the business now are digital natives. Of course, they're going to use some great tools. They're not going to use some of the pedals we used to have to push to make this tech work. Now, one of the really interesting questions around being a nonprofit and trying to be a good business is that your customers are not necessarily your users. And that is a tough dichotomy. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about being in business is you're dependent on your customer paying you to be successful, and so you have an alignment. But whereas in the nonprofit sector, often we have what is called third-party payers. Sometimes happens in healthcare as well, where the people paying the bill are not the people who actually need the service, and then you get these sort of divergences. Now, I think that you still should be treating your user, your community member, your beneficiary just like they were a customer. And I think that tends to create a more positive thing as opposed to spending all your time kissing up to the funder. But those are both valid strategies. I just happen to lean towards, if we do the best for the person we're serving, we can usually convince the payers that that's best for them. But we have to be cost effective. We can't just say, well, we can spend an infinite amount of money having, a gold-plated product. We don't have that option. We have to exist in the real world. But people first, efficiency second is usually the way I'd like it to go, if that's at all possible.
You talk in your book about sometimes board members can be kind of retrograde. They want you to just stick to the old mission and do the same old, same old. You've spent a lot of time in your life educating board members and funders to get with the program. So how did you pull that off?
Well, again, you have to go back to the first principles is, why are we here? What is our mission? Is it organizational preservation or is it actually serving people? And I end up advising nonprofit leaders on how to convince recalcitrant board members, how to shift them, how to make the case. And I think one of the things that I'm currently advocating for, and I'm one of the advisors to, is something called board.dev. The idea that every nonprofit needs a tech person on the board, just like traditionally they needed a lawyer and a finance type on the board, because the need to become savvy with technology is critical. And if you have someone who comes from the tech industry, but has been educated on being respectful of the culture of the social good sector, that and then work on the people who are in the social good sector to begin to understand the benefits of technology, I think bringing the best of both those worlds will come up with whatever the next generation should be. Because standing still is not an option. And if you think about the nonprofit sector today, which is needs are going up and funding is going down, one of the few things that I know that allows you to do more with less money is technology. And so I wish it wasn't the case that we needed it because it's a crisis, but still, it's a pretty good path. And I think more and more nonprofits are realizing that they have to start emulating the business sector in using technology to become more efficient. Because social demand is often there. If you can serve 40% more people with the same staff, you really should try to do that.
Yeah. I don't know if I made up this phrase, but I repeat it all the time, and that is embrace change because it's coming anyway.
Yep.
and you don't have much of a choice, and probably more radical and more rapid these days than ever. You and I met probably back in the days when Benetech was getting started and Bookshare,
Mhm.
and Benetech has always relied significantly on government funding.
Mhm.
So how are they doing now? This is a major pivot for a company.
Well, the thing is, we didn't rely on government funding for the first 15 years. This is, we were primarily a social enterprise that for the first 10 years we existed on revenue. We had no donors and no government funding. Now, the VA was one of our larger customers, but it was still a minority of everything. It was when we got the big contract for Bookshare in the mid 2000s that things turned. And yes, right now Benetech has been as much as 80% government funded and is desperately trying to get that number down because but I actually have good news is, we're now talking in, late fall 2025, the fiscal year for the feds ended, and Bookshare got another year of money and got an extra couple $1 million to work on AI accessibility.
Oh,
So, and people were like, the current administration gave you extra money. Well, sometimes things work out that way. So now I I still think Benetech is working on reducing their dependence on federal funding, but it's been a very powerful engine that's paid for a lot of technology development around accessibility, especially of STEM subjects. It's and
yeah.
it's not clear that you could have gotten millions of dollars from private donors to do that, though they have gotten a few $1 million from private donors to work on STEM accessibility.
Well, it's great to hear occasional good news stories like that. I was down at Gallaudet not long ago, and they got a major NSF grant to train PhD students on use of AI to benefit the deaf community.
Mhm.
And it was a brand new grant. I was like, this is great news. So little bits here and there,
I think
good to
AI is
know about.
popular with the current administration, but often
Mm,
that means other people are suffering, like personnel prep and things that are still,
mm.
just as important. But well, we work on the things we can.
Yeah. Well, it's been a whole 10 minutes since we started talking, and we just now brought up AI. I guess it's time we get into it.
Yeah.
So, with some of the longer term companies that have been around for a while, and then some of these startups, there's good news and bad news there too. And I think we both recognize it's been way overhyped. I think a lot of people are recognizing that. So, give me your perspective on how these nonprofits can harness it and avoid some of the harms.
Well, I started my first for-profit AI company in 1982, so it's been a while. Um, and and AI always makes mistakes. I mean, everyone knows that who actually pays attention to what AI is doing. And so last year, I published the Nonprofit AI Treasure Map. How does the average nonprofit leader figure out what to do with AI? And the essence of it is wait till there's a product, test it out, and it saves you more time than it costs you in terms of fixing the errors. Use it. It's that simple. And people try to like lose their moorings. Like, oh, it's magic and it's going to solve all of our problems. No, it's just the latest in a steady march of better and better AI technology. I mean, the funny thing is like I was working on AI. Character recognition used to be called AI. When we started Benetech and we made reading machines for blind people, that was the leading edge of AI back in the day. And one of the cool things that people forget is that every generation of AI that came along for people with disabilities has led to products that now people take advantage of every day. If I go travel to Portugal, I was in Portugal last week, and I want to see what the Chiron on the TV is saying, I just hold up my phone and it does OCR on the TV and it tells me what this news story is about. I mean, that was technology that used to cost, $50,000 from Kurzweil at one point, $5,000 from Arkenstone/Benetech, and now it's built into my phone for free. So I'm really excited, and of course, this current generation of AI is going to do all sorts of great accessibility things, but it's going to make some mistakes. And so if you can put up with the mistakes, then you're probably going to like it.
Yeah, I everyone talks about the curb cut effect. I refer to the closed captioning effect because the mainstream use of this technology invented for people with disabilities and shared with the world is where one of the great successes have. And I think I wound up in there by pure luck. But I wish that all of these accessible technologies we're looking at could find their mainstream footing and be assured of their sustainability. And some of what you talked about is right there.
Well, I mean, character recognition, voice synthesis, voice recognition, captioning, these are all things that so many people take advantage of. And frankly, I like to think that a lot of the work that BetaTech and other people are doing around using AI in education are going to benefit every kid in education for all the same reasons. Having an AI who actually understands how to say math equations is going to be helpful to a lot of kids who don't have a qualifying disability.
You bring up this issue of, is good enough a quality bar we should be aiming for, or better than nothing. So I'm working with a startup now that is providing human sign language interpreting for entertainment videos online, sign up media. But everyone wants to rush into signing avatars and using robots or animated characters to do sign language. There's not enough sign language around, better than nothing, but people are rushing into this long before I would consider, and the deaf community considers, it's ready for prime time. And I think that's one of the examples that you're talking about.
Well, and realize our early OCR products weren't that good, right? And the average blind consumer said, it's not worth what I would have to pay for it. And it got better and better over time. And, but the miracle of Bookshare was someone scanned it and someone else proofread it. But, that meant 3,000 people didn't have to scan it and all have a raw OCR version. So, and how many times have signing avatars been invented? I saw my first one 25 years ago, right? And it's still not ready for prime time. But, it's great that people keep trying. And one of these days we're going to get it down. But ultimately, it's really up to the consumer to say, this is not a product that I would pay for. And if they feel that way, then the third-party payers shouldn't end up paying for it just because they can.
And luckily, we've got one benefit of social media is that consumers can push back and say, oh, this is terrible. Please stop. And it's good to see that. Like, one deaf guy was inventing the term craptions. And I was like, that affected a lot of people. Yes, it did. So in your book, you talk about some bad ideas. And of course, we love to hear about bad ideas too. Could you talk a little bit about that in the nonprofit world?
Well, I mean, one of my examples, I have a series of, the one true list is one of my examples where you're going to build a giant database in the sky. And it used to be called Able Data, right? And, search engines beat Yahoo, Google beats Able Data. And it went away because it turns out that building one list to rule them all is really hard and really expensive. And my thesis is that these are things that fail 95 or 98% of the time. And what I try to highlight is, what is an example of a one true list that actually worked? What makes it different? Why did Able Data fail and Wikipedia succeed? But I mean, some of the other things I talk about, the app that no one will download, the latest fad. I mean, 7 years ago, everyone was dropping everything for blockchain. And, how much is blockchain changing the average person's life? Not much. Metaverse, Facebook renamed itself Meta. Oops, no one's using that. So now the great thing about AI is we're on like the fourth fad. And if you bought everything that each one of those fads was going to do with AI, most of them failed. But hey, the AI projects only fail 80 or 90% of the time instead of 99% of the time or more. So I'm kind of an optimist about how this stuff actually works out. But by just cautioning people against it, the biggest issue that people run into with tech for good is they think of what people should want instead of what they actually want. And a classic example from the blindness field was the reinvention over and over again of the Braille keyboard. We're going to put Braille dots on every key because blind people are so stupid they can't find keys. They're like, well, you know what blind people do is they learn to touch type, and there are two little dots on two of the keys, like they are for everybody else, and blind people do just fine. And people and they still don't get it. They're like, okay, see that screen? Do you want to pound your head into that screen repeatedly? That's what a Braille keyboard will feel like to a Braille reader. Don't do this. And yet people are so, but I've invented this. It's like, no, you've reinvented it and it didn't work because it was not craptions, but it was in that direction. An idea that people didn't want. And if you don't listen to the consumer, you're going to spend money and a lot of time doing something that's useless. You really have to pay attention to what people actually want.
Well, there's a lot of folks in the blind community, particularly the techies, who roll their eyes or literally when they say, here we go again, a better white cane. Like, my white cane is fine. Why do you keep trying to invent something new?
Yeah.
And, some of them are friends of SiteTech, and that's okay. But let's hear what the users say.
Well, yeah. I mean, and there are some users, there's always users who love something. And if your business can survive on selling 1,000 or 5,000 units a year of something, that's probably pretty expensive. Well, consumers should have that choice. But some of these
You have to
things
worry
didn't
about
actually work.
sustainability.
How many times have people invented the finger spelling hand?
I was going to bring that one up. Yeah. And it's funny because it'll be these kids, undergraduates in a science course, and they're so proud of themselves. And you got to feel like, good for you, good for you. Now go find something else to do. But yeah, we've seen that one.
It's an educational experience to build a product. It's an educational experience to have people throw up on your product. and actually, that's a great experience to have if you actually want to become an entrepreneur. My joke is I started 7 for-profit, companies in Silicon Valley, and only 5 of them failed. And since I started Benetech, I've built 30 products. At least 20 of them failed. Hey, that's a pretty good track record.
I was looking at, 51% is a winning record.
Yeah.
That means 49% is failing. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people these days, particularly in the big corporations, are so relieved that things are going on in Europe to counter a lot of the bad things going on here, like the European Accessibility Act. You've had a real perspective on the international picture and the US versus what's going on in so many other countries. Can you talk about a little bit of that contrast?
Yeah, it's a two-edged sword, right? The tech industry says, oh, we're more innovative in the US because we have fewer controls. We also have kids committing suicide on chatbots because we have fewer controls. So it goes both ways, but we're often inventing things sooner, and so that's kind of good. We also have some policy innovations that aren't bad. One of the things I got to work on was the Treaty of Marrakesh. The idea that we took a very American copyright exception, the Chafee Amendment, that made Bookshare possible, and we made it a global norm. When I really, admire people working on social issues around things like privacy, like accessibility, like safety by design, child safety by design, the Europeans are all way ahead of the Americans. And I wish we had more accessibility regulations with teeth than we do today. And I think a lot of the progress that we have made in the US has been because we actually did have regulations that people took seriously. And I hope that we don't lose that and that we continue to steadily make progress on raising the bar of what accessibility work is required of government and business.
Well, I think there's a lot of pivot going on. I'm certainly doing it, and not look to Washington, but look to the states. These days, look to the states. I live in both Massachusetts and New York. I've got 2 lovely bubbles I live in, and they are making movements. And we can feel good about what's going on there, and that can be replicated as Colorado and California and many other areas in the U.S.
Yeah, and the thing is that you also have conservative states that are often doing some cool innovation, not necessarily inspired by, I don't know, more liberal objectives. It's just like, hey, this is a job we got to do, and if we can do it better, we will, and for less money, let's do that. There's one of the startups I talk about in the book is a group called Recidiviz that works with Republican and democratically led states and says, we can save you money and preserve public safety by getting a lot of people out of prison. And you already have the data and you already have the laws. We don't need to change anything. You just have to take advantage of the fact that these people could be at a lower level of incarceration that saves the taxpayer money. That's a popular message to a lot of people. I always had really good luck selling Bookshare on Capitol Hill to Republicans and Democrats. Why? Because we had 1,000 kids in every congressional district, and everyone, well, a very small minority didn't believe the government should do anything, right? But an awful lot of people are like, hey, kids with disabilities deserve an equal shot, and you're doing it 10 times more cost effectively than books on tape sent through the mail. So yeah, let's go for that. So I don't know, but yes, often you can make a lot of progress at the state level when things in federal land aren't really moving forward that fast.
You just talked about some of the data you use to convince people. Can we rely on data still? I'm a little worried about that's your data. No, that's not my data. I don't interpret it that way. Is there ground truth?
It's this weird sort of thing. It's like if you're in tech and you're using data to figure out what it costs you to acquire a customer or what your lifetime, rewards for having a customer, no one debates whether that data is valid because their livelihoods depend on it. So we have this culture where, data in business is holy and where data in science is increasingly questioned, right? So I don't know. I'm a data guy. Data's got its pros and cons, but in God we trust, but everyone else bring data.
And the data you're talking about that is in business is really what the for-profit people will never turn their back on. Look, my bottom line, my quarterly results, I know what I got.
Yeah.
What worries me sometimes is saying, well, if you make your website more accessible, it'll improve your bottom line. It's like, I haven't seen that data.
Some of these things are hard to do, and some of them you do for civil rights reasons. But we always try to make both cases, and sometimes that case works. Sometimes the data is elusive, but I think in general, more data that is more authentic is scoring with the majority of policymakers. So, right now we operate 911 for kids in 20 countries. And because often in the country, there actually is a 911 number, a 3 or 4 digit number that is for kids in crisis. And those helplines, because we built the technology that they run their helpline on, that they now are the authorities on what things kids are running into in the country, and they're independent of business. And policymakers are a little leery about self-reported data from the tech industry. And they have a reason to, because, if you have an interest in what data you report, you may not report all the data you actually have. And so having an independent check on, cyberbullying seems to be a much bigger issue when kids call in crisis than industry is telling us. So, I do think that more data, carefully framed, not overstated as representing more than what it says, is better than flying without data.
On that authenticity and trust in particular is something that you raise is essential for anyone trying to start a business, nonprofit or for-profit.
Yeah, but it's especially true of the nonprofit sector where the currency is more trust than money. I think the great thing about the accessibility industry is it does run on trust, and when people lose the trust of their customers, they get themselves in deep trouble. We have a tech industry that is dominated by people who are not trustworthy, and it doesn't seem to be hurting their bottom line. And that is making them feel pretty darn invincible about continuing to exploit our data. And I'm hoping that the good guys and gals are, going to make more progress by having more trustworthy products. And I think, just to make an example, Apple gets more credit for being, protective of your privacy in certain ways that other people aren't. And I love it when people are doing that.
And I hope the rest will see the chickens come home to roost. It feels like that's going to happen. So you close your book with a clarion call to go do tech for good.
Mhm.
And we, of course, have been doing that our whole lives. Beyond AI, what's your advice as a closing words for people who are thinking, okay, what's next? What can I do to have a good social impact?
There are so many things that are out there that aren't going to make you a billionaire, right? And I joke,
Hey, a
people who
million
move,
would be fine. That would be fine.
but a lot of people want to move from big money to big meaning, and make a living. What I tell people is, acquire the skills of whatever is of your dream, right? Whether it's a technologist or a product designer or a marketer or whatever it is, acquire those skills. And then when you have a dream of something that could actually make society better, make humanity better, make the planet better, and you figure out it's not going to make me a boatload of money, you don't give up on it. You actually sit back and go, no, wait a minute. I need to get a copy of Jim Furterman's book to tell me how to actually do that. But there are hundreds of examples of people who managed to make this pivot, make a good living, and make a huge difference in the world. And I think that is the accessibility industry. The choice between for-profit and nonprofit is not a moral choice. The choice is, what's the most effective way to go about this for your objectives? And often that's going to be a for-profit, but do it no matter what. Don't give up on it just because there isn't $1 billion in it.
I love hearing that. Now, did I see you got the book with you? You want to hold it up? Final
Yep,
shot here.
I do. Here we
Let's
go.
do it.
It's technology
do
for
it.
good. Yeah.
All
Unfortunately, the
right.
fuzzing algorithm, and there we go. We got the angle on it. But and it's in an accessible ebook, already global certified accessible, and it goes open source in a year.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, thank you for your time, Jim. I always love talking with you, and we could go on for another 10 hours. But for today, we'll say goodbye and thank you to you and to SciTech Global.
SciTech Global rocks.
Unlocking Human Potential, Universal Design and AI with Meta. Speaker, Agustya Mehta, Director of Reality Labs Hardware at Meta. Moderator, Karay Lyle, CEO, the Vista Center.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Unlocking Human Potential, Universal Design and AI at Meta. My name is Karay Lyle, and I am the CEO of Vista Center. We are a human services nonprofit here in Silicon Valley, and we are the producers of the SciTech Global Conference. We're very excited today to have a speaker, Agustya Mehta, Director of Concept Engineering at Meta's Reality Labs. And this session will be a presentation and a discussion that will reflect on how Meta's technology has enhanced everyday life for the blind and low vision community. Gus will share how AI-powered wearable technology can address some of the many challenges that have yet to be tackled for our community. And so I'm going to turn it over directly to Gus and let him get this session started.
Thanks for the really kind intro, Ray. I'm really excited to be chatting with you today and honored to be here. I'd like to talk a little bit about what I do at work, but I'm not just going to come from the perspective of an engineering leader at Meta, but also I want to talk through my own personal background because it's really informed a lot of what I've done in my career. And I think it's also given me a unique perspective that is probably shared with many of you on the real potential that technology has to improve lives of people all around the world. And something I think is often missed by a lot of people in the mainstream technology world. So starting off a bit, my name's Agustya. I also go by Gus. I lead a team called Concept Engineering here at Meta. We build early prototypes of our AI devices, augmented reality glasses, smart glasses, other wearable gadgets. And it's really fun. My technical background is physics and electrical engineering, and I get to put that stuff to use every day. Before Meta, I've worked on a number of different types of consumer electronics, from the Xbox and the iPhone to the HoloLens, to components of self-driving cars and data for autonomous vehicles. And a big part of why I've chosen to do those things is not just because they're fun, cool tech, but because of my own background and my history with vision loss. So I've got a fun picture here. For those who can't see, I'll describe it. It's a shot of myself and my mom and her guide dog, a full-length German Shepherd named Amber, from about 30 something years ago. So I'm a lot more fun and cheerful and good looking in that picture than I am today, but generally speaking, the same person. And I show this picture and I tell the story not just because it's like a fun, adorable picture, and it's got an amazing, cute dog in it, but because it's an illustration of, I think, the state of the art in navigation that really is sort of still the way things are today. So in this case, we're aboard the USS Nautilus. It's a naval submarine that has since been turned into a museum. And so you can imagine navigating such an environment without sight. Even with a cane overhanging obstacles and portholes will bonk you on the head, Amber's able to navigate it pretty well, even though they don't necessarily train in submarines when guide dogs for the blind trained her. She was a very clever dog. I think it's an example of an intelligent assistant, and it's still the state of the art. I guess canine intelligence is the word I'd use. Funny story, by the way, my wife's name, whom I met many years after this picture was taken, is Amber, which causes endless jokes within my family and a little bit of teasing, but that's okay, I can handle it. So I think that we're at a point in time with the way technology is advanced where, despite how cute and amazing guide dogs are, they might not be the state of the art in the next couple of years. I think that the combination of wearable technology and AI capabilities is going to make intelligent assistance something that's scalable and available to everyone. So I'm going to take a little bit of a stroll back in time for a bit. Many of you have lived through this, so I'm probably preaching to the choir in many of these cases, but I still think it's a story worth sharing. Growing up and seeing mom interact with technology, I saw firsthand many of the ways in which she was empowered by devices and products, and also many of the ways that she was maybe left behind or where there was opportunity for improvement. If you go back in time to like the 60s and 70s, a lot of things about society were markedly worse for the blind and low vision community. I don't have to state all the changes that have been made in a positive direction, but suffice to say, if mom wanted to see the chalkboard, even when she had some vision, it was through the goodwill of a teacher that they might put her in the front row, but there was no law protecting her right to do that. And in many cases, the content of a class was just not available to her. There was no recourse. So certainly many things have gotten better in society since then. But there is one aspect on the engineering and product design side that I think maybe we've lost. So pictured here is a rotary telephone. For those of you who remember what it actually was like to dial a phone, that's where the word comes from. It's also an AI-generated picture, which I like to throw little Easter eggs in my presentation. So this phone in particular has more than 10 digits, and the digits are labeled with gibberish right now. But it's a rotary phone nonetheless. I throw this example up there because even though this is a pretty old technology and it wasn't designed expressly with the blind and low vision community in mind, it's a telephone that's probably a lot easier to use for someone who can't see than many modern devices are. Because when you put your finger on the dial, you can feel it. You can hear the click, click, click as you turn it. And if you can see, you can see it. This design philosophy of trying to make something work well across the senses, maybe if I generalize it a bit, I call it universal design, is a thought process where if you make stuff good, no matter what kind of mechanism you use it by, you make it good for everyone. You not only make it accessible, but you've made a better product. Now, back in those times, like I said, many things were worse, but my mom was pretty adaptable and she was able to use early computer terminals. She wrote code, punch cards, early speech synthesizers, let her understand what was being put in and out of the command line. And her shortwave radio, which was my dad's gift to her when they got married, which had physical buttons and physical controls, was her connection to the world. She often got news before the rest of us did. I still remember waking up and hearing her talking about how they cloned a sheep. We didn't believe her, but it took 2 days for that news to hit the US. She heard it on the BBC World Service, like live as it was happening. So the story of technology going from that decade forward to maybe the 90s, in the mainstream, it's often a story of making computers accessible to the masses. I have pictured here a shot of an old desktop computer with a blue screen on it. I did love prompting to the AI to give me a good blue screen of death. And this era, while it did realize the vision of putting a computer on every desk in every home that Bill Gates had, it was fraught with a few design decisions that left people like Mom behind a little bit. When we moved from command lines to the graphical user interface, we made computing a little bit more accessible for non-technical audiences. And that brought computers to everyone with an asterisk. In Mom's case, graphical user interfaces were not initially implemented with people who couldn't see in mind. There were early screen readers, they were clunky and generally didn't work well with a lot of content. And as we ventured into the era of the early internet, shortwave radio, for example, stopped being so much of a thing. And my mom went from having independence around getting news to now relying on her non-canine family members to read it to her from the computer. So certainly some steps forward, but I think in the pursuit of the minimum viable product, as we so often like to say here in Silicon Valley, and in the pursuit of moving fast, we maybe, as an industry, didn't think about how many users have needs that go beyond just the use case that maybe the designer would use if they were a consumer. So I now venture into the next decade, the late 2000s, early 2010s, where I started my career. And in this point in time, me, who had some vision loss myself because of congenital cataracts and glaucoma, my mom, who's completely lost her vision, and other family members that are close to me, really were concerned that the move from physical buttons to touchscreens was going to be another step in that direction I just mentioned. Now, I have to give credit to one of our competitors here, although they are a former employer of mine, so I still feel some pride in talking about it. I think that the design decisions that Apple took in releasing the iPhone, and particularly in releasing the 3GS and revision and beyond, were really profoundly good, not just for the blind and low-vision community, but for the technology landscape as a whole, because they included VoiceOver out of the box as part of the product. Is VoiceOver perfect? No, but in general, you can use the basic functions of an iPhone without having to see, and you don't have to pay a ton of money for it. And the touchscreen interface, which worried me and Mom so much, actually, they thought about it as not just a mechanism to touch what you're looking at, but also a mechanism to apply gesture input in novel ways, like being able to take two fingers and move them as a rotor, just like that rotary phone, or to be able to type in a coordinate manner to type Braille input. Now, those two feature sets in particular maybe aren't used by the mainstream, but the design decisions that Apple took to make those work well and to make multi-touch feel really good are a part of the story of why touchscreens felt so good for every consumer when they used an iPhone for the first time, even though touchscreen technology had been around for quite some time before that. So with the move into the mobile space, computers became available in everyone's pocket. And we saw the advent of some really cool applications. Things like Seeing AI from Microsoft, Be My Eyes, other applications that utilize these mobile platforms and let people do really cool things, like have remote assistants describe what was around you, or even use AI to read text and describe images. But I think technology has taken a step that's even more profound and interesting with the advent of wearables and with the advances in AI. So pictured here, we've got one of our models wearing Ray-Ban Meta glasses. And while I can't pull off making them look as cool as she does in this picture, they are a product that I think is immensely cool, not just because it's an iconic look and a great brand, but because of the features that they bring to the table for anyone who uses them. Now, the thing I love about this product, and I'm trying hard not to just go into sales mode here, is that they look like glasses, and they're offered at a price point that's commensurate with eyewear. And I think that's so important. I think that there are really amazing technologies that have been developed over the past few years that have implemented some of the feature sets available here, but up till now, they've been pretty expensive and often call attention to the user in a way that they might not want to have that attention called to them. And I think that the way technology is going, things are going to keep getting better and better. I'm going to talk a little bit about why. So stepping back a bit, maybe we could have a magic wand and get everybody a guide dog. Like, that would be so cool, right? Pictured here is Mom and Kovacs, who was one of her guides after Amber. Kovacs was also an amazing dog. He's a half golden, half lab. He had quite a bit of a sense of humor. So pictured here, they're at, I believe this is Big Sur, California, near a sign that says, "Danger, unstable cliffs, stay back." It appears as though Kovacs is reading the sign, but I hate to break it to everyone here, dogs can't read. I tried really hard at this point to train them to read. They can't read. So there are some tasks that even at this time, computers are better than dogs at. And beyond that, like, not everyone wants a guide dog or can handle one. And the cost of training a dog is quite high. Even if covered by charitable contributions to schools, there's not a scalable path to deliver an intelligent live assistant, human or canine or otherwise, to everyone that needs one. But the recent advances in large language models, I think, have changed the game a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about how designing for everyone and making accessible products spurs innovation, because it ties into the story of what is going to happen with AI, in my opinion. Often when I give this presentation, I'm presenting to an audience that's in the mainstream tech community. And so I use these examples to try to win people over and help them understand why accessibility is important. I know for this audience, you're already on that side of the fence, which is awesome. So I don't have to preach to the choir, but I still think these are powerful examples to share, both to give all of you ammunition when you're trying to convince people why this is important, and also because I think it helps spark some really cool ideas. So pictured here is a device that looks kind of like a flatbed scanner. It's the Kurzweil reading machine. But in the mid to late 1970s, Ray Kurzweil, in partnership with Bell Labs, ventured to make a device that could read books aloud for blind people. The reason I love showing people this piece of technology is not only it's a really cool retro look at the past, but in the process of making a device for blind people, Kurzweil invented the CCD flatbed scanner, the same scanner technology that's like used in copy machines around the world. He invented reliable OCR, or optical character recognition, that could work with any font. That's the technology that makes it so when a computer sees text, it can turn it into text that the computer can understand and print later, not just pictures. And he invented high quality digital text to speech. These are core foundational technologies that everyone, not just the blind and low vision community, uses every day. And I think sometimes folks don't realize that these tech fundamentals came out of work to make products accessible for blind and low vision people. There's tons of examples like this, from the OXO company that makes household goods, whose original inspiration was to make household goods that were accessible for people with motor difficulties. Turns out that just means good products for everyone. To so many more examples. The idea I'm trying to hammer here is that universal design and accessible design isn't just good karma, it's good business. This concept is sometimes called a curb cut. Pictured here, I have a literal cut in a curb. And the reason that analogy is used is that curb cuts, while fairly ubiquitous in the United States, are a thing because of legislation designed to protect the rights of people with disabilities, people using wheelchairs. But anyone who's ever used a stroller or luggage or a shopping cart can attest that these are a profound net positive to our cities and communities for everyone, not just people who use wheelchairs. And the same concept applies to so many other things. The bumps on the F and the J keys on a keyboard. Subtitles. I myself don't have hearing loss, but I turn subtitles on all the time. If I'm trying to watch a Christopher Nolan movie and understand the dialogue of what's going on without waking up the neighbors, it's sort of a necessity. And the other side of that coin, descriptive video, which I often have running when I'm watching movies with Mom, actually has often helped me understand the plot of a movie when it's maybe going over my head a bit. So I think that there's an opportunity to build products that aren't just good for the blind and low vision community, but use that aspect to make good products for everyone. Pictured here, I have a shot of Sophia Gallo. She's one of my colleagues in Seattle. She's blind. She's a UX researcher, and she worked with me and a few other members of our team to build an early hackathon project. For those who don't know, hackathons are work that people do at a company that's not strictly part of the day job. Often they take place over a weekend or a few days. The idea is to come up with cool ideas that your boss didn't tell you to do, build them out, and see something great comes out of it. They're a big part of the history of major firms in Silicon Valley, including Facebook, now Meta, and many of the great things that have come out of the company I work at, like Messenger and other things like that, actually started as hackathon projects that weren't anyone's assignment. I bring this example up because while multimodal AI and the AI features of our smart glasses are very much talked about now, this hackathon project took place in 2022 on the Ray-Ban Stories, the previous version. It took place before the AI hype kicked in 23. And it was the first implementation of AI on our smart glasses products. When we showed it to our leadership, many of them were won over immediately. And while I certainly can't take credit for making AI part of the smart glasses roadmap, because it was certainly a thing that was bound to happen, I do feel immensely proud that the origin story, the first implementation of AI in smart glasses, was actually an internal project to help bring the world a little bit closer to blind and low vision people. In this case, we took much of the feature set of the wonderful Seeing AI implementation that Microsoft had built on mobile phones, and we took many of those features and made them possible to use through the camera on the smart glasses. Now, a lot of things have changed and moved since then, and the implementation that we do on Ray-Ban Meta is much more advanced than that first hackathon project was. But the principle remains the same: a really good idea to support an important community that is sometimes not seen enough by mainstream tech helps make a mainstream tech product better for everyone. Now, this took off more than even I expected, and much more than our leadership expected. I've got an image here of Mark Zuckerberg on stage at Connect, our big yearly conference on technology from last year, unveiling our partnership with Be My Eyes. Just the concept of our tech CEO talking directly about the importance of accessibility brought tears to my eyes, because up till now, most of the places I'd worked on really cool, accessible ideas as a side part of my day job. And it was always seen as a nice thing that was cool, but, well, get back to your day job. And here I saw the output of a lot of that passion work go into real material improvements in our products that are helping people every day, which I think is awesome. It's something special about Meta as a company, the culture that lets good ideas come from everywhere. But I think it's also something really special about the technology we're working with, where implicitly, if we build things that are good for the blind and low vision community, the products we build are just good in general. Now, like I said, this took off faster than I could have expected. I got a shot here of a headline. I remember my brother calling me up about mid last year telling me, hey, your work's in the Wall Street Journal, Gus. Isn't that cool? And I freaked out for a second, because usually if Meta's in the Wall Street Journal, it's not always a good thing. But in this case, this headline reads, Meta's AI-powered Ray-Bans are life-enhancing for the blind. And this is just one of many examples that these were not puff pieces that our comms team put out. These were organic things that actually surprised much of our own leadership, because they didn't realize how much this product would take off within the community. And so while I feel immensely proud that we built these, I also think there's a long way to go to actually let the wider tech community acknowledge how important this work is. We do have an amazing portfolio of things coming up. I've got a shot here of our Oakley Voyager glasses, which are sporty wraparounds. They're waterproof and designed for high intensity engagement. A shot of some of our next gen Ray-Ban Meta glasses, and a picture of our Oakley Houston stylish frames. I love the idea that we can build this technology into styles that will appeal to everyone. And I also love the idea that we're not getting stuck in the idea that technology for people who are blind has to look like something that's for people who are blind. Of course, I think that it's great to have pride in who you are. And as a person with some vision loss, living with these extremely thick glasses, which those of you can see, can tell on the camera, do set me apart a little bit. I don't see any shame in being who I am. I think it's great to take pride in being low vision, being blind. But when it comes to buying technology, we are people first, and we like to just buy stuff that's cool. And when it comes to glasses, like, I think it's great that the types of features we're talking about are being offered in styles that are just appealing in general. They aren't a niche thing that's just for the community. It's great from the standpoint of design, and it's also great from the standpoint of economics. When you look at some of the other devices out there that are sold for thousands plus dollars, those price points aren't because the developers are greedy. Far from it. The people who make other products that are similar to the feature sets are amazing people, and much of the work that is being shipped now is built on the shoulders of those giants. But economies of scale are a big part of consumer technology. I might be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars plus on an injection molding tool to make a part, and that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, whether I make 10 parts or a million. So if I can't make a million and sell a million, guess where that price goes? So I'm really excited. I think we have some amazing stuff going forward. And there's some really cool technology that's being worked on, both at Meta as well as elsewhere. But I think the best stuff is being worked on here that I think is going to empower other communities with disabilities. We also announced and released our Meta display glasses, which I think will provide really cool opportunities for people who have light perception, but maybe poor vision, as well as really great feature sets for people who are deaf and hard of hearing, like live captions. And just like my example before about curb cuts, something like live captions is useful not just for a deaf person, but when I take that live caption ability and I put in translation, now I've just made a live translator. And you can also do audio to audio translation. So if I'm wearing audio only glasses like Ray-Ban Meta's, I can still translate a conversation that I'm having with a friend who might speak Spanish while I speak English. I've also got pictured here our neural band, a really novel input device that can tell what signals you're trying to send to your muscles in your hand without needing physical input from your hand. The kind of thing this can do today, we've shown it as a cool way of moving and interacting with a product without needing to hold a controller or a keyboard and doing it discreetly. So for example, if I want to ask my glasses to describe what's around me or tell me if the person that I thought I was talking to is still there, I might be able to do that with a hand gesture instead of saying, hey, Meta, and it being a little bit awkward. But I think it's also profoundly impactful for people who might have motor difficulties. We have examples internally and with close partners of folks using this technology on an arm that has lost physical motion, but the nerve fibers are still there and they can still control things as though they still had a hand. It's just really amazing stuff. And I'm super excited about where the future leads. I've got another shot here of the inside of our display glasses showing what it looks like and the concept of potentially using this as a way to magnify or make text more legible or make contrast cues more visible for somebody who has low vision. So I go back to all these stories for a few reasons. One is, this is only the beginning. The things I mentioned, the capabilities that I touched on are available today, but there's limitations. I still think that a human assistant is often more reliable for certain tasks. And I'm thankful that we have cool things like Be My Eyes and Ira as possible avenues to get help remotely from somebody when we need it. But I think we're also getting to a point where a lot of things that required stepping away from our independence are going to be unlocked. Closed captioning, for example, for the deaf and hard of hearing community is already fairly well automated by AI. It's not perfect, but 90-ish percentile quality. And we're getting close to a point where you're going to start seeing that with video content. Descriptive video is woefully unavailable on many great pieces of content because it's labor intensive. It's not because people don't care, but it does require investment and work. I think that reducing the bar and the lift to doing that with AI is going to be just amazing for so many people. And the natural next step to that is live description of the actual world, which is super exciting. We can put our toe in the water on that today with Ray-Ban Meta glasses and Oakley Meta glasses, but it's just going to get so much better. And that's just one example of what AI can do to empower people in the community. There's many more. So one quote that me and a few of my colleagues learned over the past couple of years is nothing about us without us. I think it's super important. Like I mentioned, a lot of that hackathon project work that I touched on with our first AI on smart glasses hackathon, that happened because of people like Sophia who actually are blind and have lived experience, and people who can directly inform a product because they face the challenges every day. I think there's a big difference between building with a group and building for a group. And while the intent is often really good for people to try to build for a community, I think it's really important to break down that barrier of us, them, or otherness. I think the best thing that tech companies can do to really make things good for everyone is to hire people from communities like the blind and low vision community, to consult with them, to involve them in the design process. And conversely, I know it can be really tough to kind of break through the barriers that exist to get access to opportunities. But the more we in the blind and low vision community involve ourselves in product design, the more we can help shape things to be better, not just for our own community, but actually to make products better for everyone. So I want to maybe close off this talk reflecting on what other ways technology can empower us to be independent, to connect to the world, which Meta's mission is to connect the world, and to lead fulfilling lives. Thanks very much. Happy to chat more about this, and Corey, I look forward to our conversation after this. Thanks.
Well, that was really a wonderful presentation. I just love the way you told the story. I think it really sets a great foundation for how things are moving so quickly now, right? You were able to cover 40 years in 3 minutes, and that's about what we're doing in real time with AI right now. So I do have some questions that I wanted to ask with regard to just explaining a little bit more about the glasses,
Certainly.
some of the features. So I know we've got, it can do sensing, it can give us audio and visual feedback, there's haptics. Can you just kind of show us the glasses and give us some maybe use cases of how people will be using them, or they are using them now?
Sure. So it's funny because like what I found with these glasses when I've gone to different conferences, often our cross-functional partners or groups I haven't even heard of are selling them on our behalf, which is like amazing. That's like a great problem to have. So there's use cases for these that, you know, even I hadn't initially considered as somebody who works on the team. But I'll walk through a little bit. So here I've got a set of our Oakley Voyagers. This is one of our newest form factors of the glasses. To describe it a bit, it's the classic wraparound sunglasses look. I'm gonna put them on right now over my normal glasses. I'm not sure I can quite pull it off, but you know, maybe if I gained a few pounds of muscle or something. Now, they've got a shiny sunglasses type visor. They curve around your head. There's 2 arms on the side that keep it on by wrapping around the sides of your head. And inside of these arms, there's a lot of really cool technology embedded. There's a world-class mobile processor that can run some really cool things on the device itself. There are some amazing speakers that provide great audio that couples mostly to your ear and not to the outside world, which I think is key because it means that your stuff is pretty private. You crank the volume all the way up, some leaks out, but in general, at normal volumes, it's a personal, private experience, but it doesn't cover your ears up, which I think is critical. You know, I love using earbuds and over-the-ear headphones when I'm jamming out to music, but it kind of closes you off from the world. And something I think a lot of folks don't realize is how much spatial audio cues from the real world help us orient what we're doing, whether sighted or not. And for people who are blind and low vision, it's especially important not to cover the ears up. But even if you have vision, losing that sense, it's an amazing thing to see how much it takes away from your balance and your ability to avoid obstacles. Now, we've got a world-class camera here as well. In the case of the Oakley Voyagers, 3K resolution centered on your face, which is a bit different than our previous generation of Ray-Bans where it's off to the side. It provides a first-person view of what you're doing, which Ray-Ban does as well, but I love that the camera is centered on this product, so it's really like spot in front of you. You don't have to worry about whether to move something to the left or right. This particular version is waterproof, it's rugged, it's really fun, very sporty. Now, in terms of the feature sets and the things it can do, I think first and foremost, it's like a really great personal audio device. I found just using it to listen to music is really great, quality is quite good. Using it for voiceover is a really fun experience because of the things I mentioned around privacy and discretion without covering your ears up. And it's connected by Bluetooth to your phone. The phone's doing a lot of the heavy lifting with the Meta AI app. And so you essentially have hands-free access to much of the content on your phone with these, even before I get into the unique Meta AI features. Now, I think the special AI stuff that this product can drive is where it really becomes unique. You can ask your glasses in a natural voice to read you a restaurant menu, to describe what's around you, to tell how many people are around you, to understand whether the room you're in has the lights on or not, to tell you what kind of currency is in your hand, and many, many more things. Is it perfect? No. Like all AI, I always have to put the disclaimer that AI doesn't always give 100% accurate answers, but Is it a life changer and a game changer for how so many of us have operated before though? Certainly. I mean, our pantry back at home, my dad had spent quite a bit of time developing a QR code system where he taped codes to different household goods in our house so that my mom could use a scanner on her phone. And now that whole thing is obsolete because she can just ask whether the thing she's holding is a can of soup or a can of pumpkin. I bring that example up because that literally happened a couple days ago in the process of making some pumpkin pie that thankfully was not chicken soup pie. Well, I like chicken pot pie, they're different things. So I think those are some of the quick features. Some of the new ones that have come more recently and I think are really exciting are live AI. So the ability to not have to queue up the assistant with Hey Meta every time, but to just set it into live mode where you can talk naturally and ask it questions. That's been really exciting. Great feedback on that. We recently released a feature called detailed descriptions, which you can find under our accessibility subsection of our settings. And the premise of that is to provide more verbose, detailed output when you ask it a question, because sometimes all you need is a summary, like there's a person with a dog, but sometimes all that really cool detail and color about what kind of dog it is and what it's doing is something that we miss out on and we can't see, and it's great to have access to that again. Other great things that are part of the feature set we're looking at, we also have really amazing remote assistance features. I mentioned Be My Eyes as one of our close partners in this venture, and we've seen really great response and uptick from the community on using Be My Eyes in conjunction with smart glasses, because it's just much more natural to have the camera view first person view. So that's maybe a quick summary. There's much, much more.
Well, that's really helpful. And one of the things I really like about the way you're describing it aligns with how we provide instruction and how we serve our clients, which is first you want to be safe, right? Which is obstacle detection and, where is the street? Where is the door? Who's around me? And then you want to become independent or stay independent. And then once you've got those kind of basic things, right, which is human nature, then you want joy. And you talked about that you can listen to music, or you can get a detailed description if you went to a museum or a park. And it's not just a tree, but it's a tree that is experiencing the fall and the leaves are turning orange and brown or yellow. And I think that's where we really start to see equity in the world, right? Is the experience, we're experiencing the same things. We know about the colors or how we understand colors. And so I really love that this technology is aligning with humans and the way humans think and feel and live, right? And that's just such a wonderful part of community. So I really love the way you described that. And I was wondering as well, when you talked about the design decisions that you were making and things, and how important it is to have users testing and giving feedback. Can you share a little bit more about that experience and some of the recent upgrades that have come out?
Yeah, certainly. I'll be the first to admit as well that I think a lot of the amazing success we've had with Ray-Ban Meta, I think was serendipitous. I think in many ways, the design decisions that make a product good as a pair of glasses that don't have a display are implicitly good for the blind and low vision community. There was certainly a lot of stuff that went in through work like the hackathon I mentioned, and through people like myself and colleagues of mine like Sophia. But I think we also kind of fell into a good place where making a good set of smart glasses like implicitly needs to be accessible. Since then, before then to some extent, but since then even more so, I've seen a lot of really great examples of getting feedback from the community and it helping shape our design decisions. A couple of good examples I'll give. We spent a bunch of time with leaders from NFB, ACB, a lot of back and forth discussion with co-design activities with members of the blind and low vision community, where we had them beta test new features, and we brought developers in to kind of hack new ideas together. And what we found is like some of the assumptions that were being made around the implementation of multimodal AI, where if you hold a piece of paper, you want it to just be summarized. This is a letter with a bill on it. Maybe that's what you want sometimes, but a lot of times I literally want you to read the bill out with all the numbers. And so that toggle that now exists with detailed descriptions, detailed responses is an output of some of that engagement we've had with the community. I think there's a few more examples of things like that. I also will be the first to admit that there's a long way to go. I want to use this platform as an opportunity to engage with the community, get ideas, but I'm always very cautious to avoid, trying to take a victory lap or gloat that like everything my company does is awesome and amazing in the space of accessibility, because I know there's a lot of room for improvement. And so a big part of this is actually trying to get more feedback as well.
Mm-hmm. I think that's important. And I know that we really appreciate the opportunity to do user testing for Facebook and Meta. And it's a great opportunity for our clients to say, yeah, here I am getting to provide user feedback to this very large company that's creating, ubiquitous technology, and they're asking for my opinion, right? And so even sometimes when we've done the user testing with the larger companies, we get specifications on what type of, we want some blind users, we want some users with this kind of vision, peripheral vision or tunnel vision, to really, really start to understand all the different elements of what does it mean to use this tool, to use this device as a blind or low vision person. And so that kind of definition and that understanding that technologists are starting to ask for is really encouraging. It's encouraging to companies and nonprofits like Vista Center and to our clients. They get so inspired that they're being asked, right? And that they're being listened to. And we can really see that in this generation of technology that's coming out with AI. So I really want to commend you. And I do think there's a small victory lap there for sure. And then let's talk a little bit more about some of the hardware as far as the battery life, the other kind of mundane elements of having wearables, because people do ask about that. How hard is it to actually keep them charged, or do I have to put them in a special case? How do I carry them?
Yep. It's funny because I think the way you describe it, I think most of the world thinks of the stuff as mundane. The bread and butter of an engineer is often like spending hours on these things that might seem trivial, but they're actually very, very hard and
Very
complex.
important. Yeah, exactly.
And the one you touched on, battery life, is a key one. Now, there's actually a pretty big improvement in battery life between the previous generation of Ray-Ban Meta glasses and the updated Oakleys, as well as the updated Ray-Bans. So we are making improvements and strides in that direction. But fundamentally, there's always trade-offs and conflicts in engineering. And in this case, the trade-off is we want a device that's small, sleek, nice looking, doesn't weigh a ton, feels good, looks good, which demands not much physical volume. And then having a large battery means you need a lot of space to put it. There's also a big trade-off on what we call thermals. Basically, a lot of the components doing the magic of AI in the process thereof make a lot of heat. And so you need space, you need engineering solutions to get that heat out of the product. You also need power to power that stuff, which ties into the battery capacity. Mm-hmm. So that trade-off on power hits you twice, right? You need to have a physically big enough battery to power your stuff, and you also need enough physical space on the device to make sure you can get the heat out of it. Now, we're going to see more and more capability coming out of smaller and smaller devices. That's the progress that's being made in the world of silicon, right? If you look at what a small mobile chip that's in a modern mobile phone is capable of in terms of compute power, these things outclass, the analogy that's often given is the computer that took us to the moon, but I'll even go beyond that, right? I mean, the type of thing that would have required a really expensive supercomputer or years later a video game console to render, you can do on a mobile phone, right? I mean, in fact, a lot of people don't realize, but like the Nintendo Switch, which is like considered a game console that like is in the same rank as things like the Xbox, the type of chip they use is the same sort of silicon that's used in mobile devices like phones and stuff. It's not like there's not much difference anymore. So power draw in silicon is going to get better and better. Capacity of silicon to do things, particularly tasks associated with AI compute, is going to get better and better. I think that we're going to get to a future pretty soon where you won't need to, constantly charge the device with the case. I think we are a bit of a ways off from having the full capability of a mobile phone in the form factor of glasses, but it will happen.
Mhm.
And I think we're also going to get to a point where a lot of the tasks that people want to do won't require a network connection. Today, most of the AI lift is taking place outside of the device.
Mhm.
There are some things that can be done on glasses, like the OCR, active taking text from an image. That can be done here, but most of the LLM magic that describes what's around you requires being connected to the internet. But we're already seeing models implemented that can fit on mobile devices that can do some pretty cool stuff. And I think you're going to start seeing some of that percolate to wearables, so that there's some capabilities that don't require you to be tethers.
Yeah, good. And I had a couple of questions specifically from our users. So I want to thank some of the folks at Vista Center who provided me this. The understanding that we have is that Meta is developing their own mapping system rather than relying on Apple or Google Maps. Could you share how Meta's maps will specifically enhance mobility and independence for people who are blind and low vision?
Sure. So one thing I'll preface or disclaim is, like, in terms of things that are coming out within the future and things that are unreleased, there's things I can't talk about, certainly. So I'm not going to speculate on like what our future plans are for first party mapping or what they aren't. But I think there's actually even deeper part of that question which I want to address, which is, well, is this stuff not going to work with things I already use? I think the shorter answer to that is, like, take the example of the iPhone, right? Like, Apple has done a lot of really cool stuff with it, but they didn't do it all themselves. I think one of the things they did, which didn't come out when the first iPhone came out later, was the App Store. That's one of the things that caused that to take off as a platform. Analogously, we just announced and released our developer access toolkit. Essentially, it's a mechanism by which developers can implement their ideas using our technology. And I draw that analogy because there's a lot of first-party stuff that we're going to do, and I think it's going to be awesome because engineers at Meta are great and we make good stuff. But not everything needs to be done by us. And I think that what's really going to make this platform an amazing one is partnership with developers across the community. So I'll kind of counter that question with, if there's a mapping implementation that you find really good, work with the developer, or if you're a developer, build it yourself and partner with us using our developer access toolkit so that it works on our device. I find that to be a much better approach than like hoping that one of the big companies comes out with something that ends up being good.
Yeah, I like that answer. I think that that was a point that I had as well, was, how big will the ecosystem be? So we're getting close to the time of the end of our session, and I wanted to give you just an opportunity to kind of summarize. You're talking to thousands and thousands of people in 70 countries, and how are you feeling about accessibility in the world? And you're a designer and you're a user, and you're the son of someone who uses technology. So close it out for us.
I'm feeling optimistic, and this is coming from someone who tends to be a skeptic. I grew up hearing people talk about some amazing thing they read about that will cure every problem anyone's ever had, and I think you all probably experienced stuff like that as well, and then it gets you kind of jaded at a certain point. But seeing mom use this technology and seeing how it's enabled her, dabbling in it myself, and watching my son, I have 3 boys at home. My youngest inherited my glaucoma and my congenital cataracts. It's easy to get into a spiral of despair about these things sometimes by overly focusing on the negatives. I just feel so humbled and honored to be in a position to influence the world of technology and to be a part of the story of technology at such a cool inflection point. To me, I think the advancement AI is going to bring to the world is going to be on par, not just with the advancement of the internet, but potentially like the Industrial Revolution. I know that's like a really big thing to say, but I think it's going to be something like that. And just like the Industrial Revolution brought so many people out of poverty, I think this type of technology is going to bring tons of people whose society has previously left behind or missed and bring them to the table. So I'm optimistic.
I'm glad to hear it. And SiteTech Global is exactly the platform to make those kinds of comments. So I really appreciate you ending on such a positive note. I certainly share in your optimism, and Vista Center wants to just match your strength and your optimism in serving the clients that you're building the tools for. So thank you, Gus, so much for what you're doing on a daily basis and for partnering with SiteTech Global and all the other smaller and enterprise companies that you all are partnering with. We really appreciate you, and you're making a big impact. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Responsible AI in action. Microsoft is building a fair and inclusive AI future. Speakers: Iona Tanase, AI and Accessibility Program Manager for Microsoft. Jeremy Curry, Senior Support Escalation Engineer, Microsoft. Moderator: Jessica Refuse, Director of Strategic Partnerships and Policy, Microsoft.
Hello, and welcome to an important conversation about responsible AI. We're going to talk about standards, fairness, inclusiveness, and we're also going to get a little sneak peek into a demo that we believe has the potential of helping many of our customers. I'm Jessica Refuse, and I am here at Microsoft with my colleagues. You're going to meet Jeremy, you're going to meet Ioana, but before we do that, let me give a big shout out to SiteTech Global. Thank you so much for including us. We really appreciate you creating this platform where we can dig into these problems and find solutions. And the way that we've done that at Microsoft is just one way. We are here to learn as well. We want to hear feedback on how it is going for all of you as you create the most accessible AI that you can, hopefully with our products, a key part of that. So let's get started. We're going to start here with some introductions. I'm going to head over to Jeremy first. Jeremy Curry brings over 2 decades of experience in assistive technology and accessibility. His lived experience is even deeper than that. He has extensive knowledge of how to use these products because he uses them himself, from note takers to digital book players, Braille displays. Jeremy knows a whole lot about screen magnification and screen reader software. Today, he's working on the Disability Answer Desk, where he's a liaison to our engineering groups. He works with these engineers day in and day out because he knows them so well, coming from the Windows product group. He's also going to do that demo I mentioned on Ask Ma, but more to come on that. Let me welcome you, Jeremy.
Hey, Jessica, thanks for the introduction. It's so great to be here, everyone. I'm Jeremy Curry from the Enterprise Disability Answer Desk, or known as EDAD. As Jessica mentioned, I'm the liaison between engineering and also innovation. So I work heavily in both sides, especially AI innovation, which you're going to see a lot about today.
Oh, I hope you guys are excited. But before we get there, Ioana Tanase is a dear friend and a colleague, and she is an absolutely brilliant technologist. And she has this cool job. This is like one of those jobs that everybody wants to have. She's at the intersection of AI and accessibility. She's working really closely with not only engineers, but also researchers. She wants to make sure that we are creating AI models that are inclusive for everybody. So cutting edge should be a part of her. She's Chief Cutting Edge Officer. I think I just made it for you, Ioana. But I want you to hear directly from Ioana. Can you share with us not only the work that you do, but how your lived experience intersects with that work?
Hi, Jessica. Hi, folks. I'm so happy to be having this conversation. And Jessica, you made me blush way too much. My job really, as I explain to people, is to make sure that the AI systems are representative of all of us. And for me, it's deeply, deeply personal. I was 32 when I discovered that I was dyslexic. And up to that point, I have to admit that my disability acumen was very slim. But in discovering more about myself, I really discovered more about the beautiful world of accessibility and as an extension of that of AI. So really excited to talk about responsible AI, which is one of my favorite topics, and the space that all, and I do mean all of us, play. As users, as consumers, as technology makers, I want you all to know that you play a part.
Wonderful. I think you raise a really good point. Disability it's a journey. Some of us were born with disability. I have muscular dystrophy, and other people acquire disability later in life. I use a wheelchair, power wheelchair, fancy little wheelchair. This one is all black, and I call her Wednesday. But I am also an attorney and former administrative judge. I am a mom of 3 wild boys, and the work that I do here at Microsoft is really just one goal in mind. I want to accelerate accessible technology so that everyone can fully participate in the digital world. I work with partners, incredible partners like SiteTech Global and Vista Center on that mission to make more accessible technology for all. I'm also working with commercial groups. So I want to show the business value of accessibility. And I want to turn these lived experiences into accessible solutions for everyone. So enough about me. Let's really get into the substance. And I want to start with you, Ioana. What are some of the considerations of developing AI responsibly? Tell me about those principles and how we have used them here at Microsoft.
Absolutely. And I want to ground us in what good versus bad looks like and how do we even determine that, right? Because one of the questions that I often have or in talking with our partners, with our consumers is, who decides what is good and bad? Who decides what should pass the mustard and what does not? And really, at Microsoft, we ground everything in what we call our Microsoft Responsible AI principles. These are kind of the foundation. Think of a house, and at the bottom of the house, you have your foundation and you have your pillars, and they keep everything together. Without those, the walls are going to be shaky, the roof is going to be leaky. You're not going to have anything that stands the testimony of time. So we have a series of principles that we believe are core to everything we do. These are accountability in the sense of that we believe of fit of purpose of AI systems and that we should have data governance and management. Second principle is transparency. We absolutely hold dear the fact that our users should be informed that they're interacting, for example, with an AI system and be very clear of distinction of that and interacting with a human. The third one is privacy and security. Goes without saying, but without privacy and security, we cannot feel that our data is protected, our rights are protected, and so forth. The fourth one is reliability and safety. So how are we ensuring that those principles run correctly over time? How are we monitoring? How are we taking in feedback? How are we evaluating that feedback? And then, not that I have favorites, but I do have favorites. My favorite 2 other principles are inclusiveness. I think this is going to be a crowd favorite with this group. Inclusiveness means that our product should be accessible. We know how important that is. We know it's not nice to have, but a mandatory. And the sixth one that it's also one of my favorite children is a principle called fairness. And this is the newer playground, so to say, when it comes to AI and especially generative AI. When we think of fairness, we think of things like, our AI systems actually provide the same quality of service to everybody? Does it work as good for me as it does for Jessica, as it does for Jeremy, independent of whatever our identities might be? When we're thinking of depiction of human identity and output, does it do things like stereotype or provide demeaning content, or does it erase identities altogether? These are things that are incredibly important, and they really govern everything that happens downstream from there.
All right, do we have time for a pun? So if we're talking about the house that technology built, would you say that accessibility is an elevator to all the rooms of the house?
Oh, absolutely.
Wah, wah. Okay, cheesy joke. But I hope that helps really set this foundation of what are we talking about when we say responsible AI at Microsoft. Because I'm going to head over to Jeremy now to give us some examples. So in practice, talk a little bit about the motivation behind creating something like Microsoft Ask Accessibility.
Yeah, so one of the things that our customers were constantly coming to us and asking us is, where can I find information about accessibility on the Microsoft website? And the answer was, everywhere. The problem was it's everywhere because it's embedded into so much in what we do inside of Microsoft that it's in just so many different places. It's just almost impossible to centralize because we have thousands of products, and trying to put everything together is very difficult. And so we created and pioneered really one of the first I would say accessible chatbots called Ask Microsoft Accessibility, or we call it Ask Ma for short. We figured we had DAD, EDAD, and now we have Ask Ma. It just seemed like the right way to go. And so Ask Ma is a way that you can go and basically ask anything about a Microsoft product or service in regards to accessibility, and it will search the entire Microsoft.com domain and only look at that domain and trusted sources from our domain. So for example, if we have a support article and that support article links to some other web page, it has the ability to go and look at that web page as well. But we don't want it to get all of the information from all of the internet, because that could put data in that we don't necessarily want to be provided to customers, like giving wrong information. Like maybe they ask for a hotkey and it gives them the wrong hotkey because somebody on some web page had put out the wrong hotkey. And so Ask Microsoft Accessibility is a way to be able to help customers find all of the accessibility stuff about Microsoft in one spot.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Jeremy. I think it really brings to mind this concept of asking the technology to do something to help you. And we talk a lot about the agent boss. So you're asking tech to do something to make it easier for you, but it does require a bit of change management. You have to spend the time to learn, and you have to change the way in which you work. And people with disabilities are really leading there. This concept that people with disabilities need to be included in the creation of AI. Let's go back to those two pillars again, inclusiveness and fairness. Talk to me more about how they really apply to disability in particular.
Absolutely. And you mentioned at the beginning of this call, Jessica, that we are not perfect. And I'm going to preface that. I'm going to share a little bit of our learning journey as well. And talking about fairness and disability representation, I remember in the early days of generative AI, and as we're discovering the generative AI tools and models, we were trying to understand, what does disability representation show up as in those tools? How does the system react to somebody, for example, disclosing they have a disability? Or if I'm asking for a photo of somebody who's blind or low vision, how accurate is that? And in the early days, we have had a lot of great conversations internally with our engineers, as well as externally with our communities and disability communities, to understand, what does accurate representation mean? And I'll give you two examples of things that were corrected over time, but definitely didn't start in a great place. So in the early days of the technology, when somebody was asking or saying, hey, I'm blind, how can I use a tool like, let's say, GitHub Copilot? The system reacted in a way that all of us will cringe over. And I have to preface that, but it would say, I am so sorry to learn that. That is not the attitude that either of us want to encounter when we're using an AI system. I know that my identity is tied to disability, and I'm proud of that. I would never react favorably to somebody saying, I'm so sorry, you're dyslexic. So one of the first things we had to mitigate is, how does the system react to somebody disclosing a disability? Because the system was, in essence, amplifying a lot of the societal biases that we know and live by every day. Another example from the text-to-image generation. So if I was asking it to generate a photo of somebody who was blind, it really was confused of what that looks like. And it would create photos, for example, of somebody who's wearing a VR headset or a blindfold, or even attributing those elements to the guide dog. So again, a lot of confusion of what correct representation is. Now, fast forward, and a lot of fantastic feedback from the communities, a lot of conversations about what accurate representation is, and work with our engineering teams, we're now able to generate those images that are authentic, that are accurate, and they don't amplify societal biases or even create new misconceptions about what that disability identity is.
Joanna, let me ask you a curveball question here. Is that a hallucination when you get an image of a guide dog wearing a blindfold or a guide dog with a white cane?
It is. And the reason for that is we have so little data that is representative of disability that the system, in the absence of this is what good looks like, it created its own version and it didn't know what it didn't know. And that led to hallucinations. Yes, here's a new term for everybody.
Fantastic. Jeremy, I'm going to head over to you and talk about we've learned about these key principles of responsible AI. Give us some examples of how you follow those principles to design Ask Ma. And then we're going to head into a demo. So promise, stick around. We're going to have a demo right after this. Jeremy, fill us in.
So yeah, let's talk about some of those. And first of all, just to the hallucination about the guide dog. My guide dog's name is Diesel. And I often have people say, "Hey, there goes a blind dog," and I keep thinking, "Well, I hope he's not blind, because then I've got a bigger problem." So it's not just
blind
AI.
Diesel is not helpful, is it?
So when we talk about these principles, Ilona and I worked very closely at the beginning because we were really trailblazing all this stuff together and trying to figure out, well, what does this mean? What things do we have to do? And ableism was one of those things that was at the top of the list. For example, Iwana said, we don't want the AI to come back and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're blind." Yeah, it's disrespectful. And so we had to think through, how do we deal with that on the underlying AI models and how the responses come back? And that's gotten better and better and better over time, thanks to work from folks like Ioana. And Ask Ma was really one of the first to be able to do some of that. So I'm going to actually share my screen, and we'll switch over to a demo here.
When you were talking about Diesel, my dog, who's in the room with me, let out a big sigh. Like, these humans. It's so cute.
Now, I'm blind, low vision, kind of depending on the environment. I can be kind of either or. So I'm going to ask the sighties in the room. Can you guys see my screen?
We can.
Okay, perfect. So I'm at Ask Microsoft Accessibility. This is public. Anybody can get to this at aka.ms/askma, aka.ms/askma. And when we think about design for something like this, I'm a big believer in that less is more. For me, as a person who's blind and low vision, if I go into a physical room that's very complex, it's much more difficult to navigate than I know if everything is very structured. And so I like to know where things are at. So that was one of the principles that we use, in addition to how do we do things like make sure that the AI isn't ableist and things like that. I'm going to turn on narrator here. I have the page already loaded. And so once narrator loads, you're going to hear the
Ask Microsoft Accessibility in private, Microsoft Edge window. Ask me anything about Microsoft Accessibility group. Enter question, edit. Ask me anything about Microsoft Accessibility. Alt plus Q.
All right, so you're going to hear that we're actually in the edit box. This is where focus goes as soon as you go to this page. Notice that it even gives you a hotkey if you were not using a screen reader, but you're a keyboard only user. If you want to access the edit box, it's Alt Q. Tells you that right away. For my fellow people who are also low vision, this will support light and dark mode. Many of us like to use dark mode. If your theme on your system is dark mode and in your browser, it's going to utilize dark mode. So even those things that some websites don't think about, because often we go to websites in their light mode, and it's very difficult for those of us who are light sensitive, we try to take all this stuff into account. So I'm going to just ask it a question. I'm going to say, what are the accessibility features in Windows?
Windows.
Except I can't type, but that's okay. It's smart enough to figure that out. So I'm going to press enter.
Stop responding button. Scan.
So initially there's a stop responding button, so I could just
working on it.
Activate that. And you'll notice it says working on it. I'm going to come back to this in a moment.
Working on it.
We're going to hear this every 5 seconds. And visually, text is actually streaming into the system while we're hearing working on it. And that text is then being formatted into, in this case, it's being formatted into bulleted
working
text. Might be lists or others. And so we're
Working
still
on it.
getting that answer. And so
Ask me anything about Microsoft Accessibility Group. Enter question, edit. Ask me anything about Microsoft Accessibility. Alt plus Q. Windows offers a variety of accessibility features designed to empower users with different needs. Key categories include vision features, narrator, a screen reader that navigates content easily and works with supported Braille devices, magnifier, a tool to zoom in on text and images.
all right, I'm going to press Control to silence it because there's a lot of information in this particular answer. But one of the considerations we had to think about whenever we were creating this is how do we present information to the user? Because as I noted, there's text that's visually streaming. And because of some of the way that the technology stack works in the background, you can't have that speak as it comes in because it repeats a whole bunch of stuff, which wouldn't be very usable for those of us who are using screen readers because you just hear chunk one, chunk two of text over and over again, and it would be really problematic. So we actually wait till all of the text comes in and then we read all of it. So you're hearing working on it while you know that it's being streamed in. So someone who's sighted would see text streaming, and then once it's all there, then it's read. So this is one of the things we had to figure out. How do we actually do this? Because then also in the background, not only do we have to think about when is it read, but the way that this comes into this website, it's actually not always structured inside of an HTML that way that you would think of it as. So it has to get the information from the AI model, then it has to actually restructure the information, and it has to put it into usable, traversable elements on the web. So I'm going to turn off scan mode from where we are right now. I'm going to do a caps lock space.
Scan.
And I'm going to start shift tabbing.
Ask Microsoft Accessibility. Link, Microsoft link, accessibility, enter list, products. Innovation link, our approach resources. Contextual menu navigation, resources, button, collect. Link, all Microsoft. Link, responsible AI, heading level 2. What are the accessibility features in Windows group?
So you can tab or shift tab to the list. They must be having some issues with Zoom sharing here because it was actually supposed to go directly to that list. But you can actually then up and down arrow between the items that are there. So for example, you heard the question that I had.
At level 2, what are the accessibility? Windows off item has no primary action.
If I down arrow,
Windows offers a variety of accessibility features designed to empower users with different needs. Key categories include.
So I can actually have this whole thing read by.
Item has no primary. Scan off.
There we go. Turning scan back off and pressing enter on it. And then once I do that, I can interact with this text that's inside of this particular thing. So sometimes these answers are really, really long, and I need to be able to access the text that's just inside of this answer. And I don't want to go to all the other things. So I can actually up and down arrow between the list of questions and the answers that are here, making it very easy to navigate. And the same is true for somebody who is keyboard only, but perhaps not a screen reader user. So they could just shift tab or tab to this, press enter, and then they can up and down arrow through this like a list. Additionally, if you like using your virtual mode, whether that's forms mode in JAWS or browse mode in NVDA or scan mode and narrator, you can also use that to navigate and traverse the page. I'm going to tab here.
Number, link, Windows 11 accessibility features, Microsoft.
So in this particular case, it's going to the references because there are links in this particular item. I'm going to keep tabbing.
Number, link. Was this conversation helpful? Yes. Toggle button, off, yes.
Okay. And so we have various things here that, is this conversation helpful? Yes. Also, as you might imagine.
Was this conversation helpful? No. Toggle button, off, no.
Helpful? No. Well, let's suppose that you said, hey, I really wish that there was some more information here. I can activate this.
Provide feedback dialog. What was the issue with the response? Asterisk required by entering feedback into this tool. Microsoft may access your data in order to troubleshoot and / or improve the tool. Please refrain from inputting personal or health information into the tool. Edit. How could it be improved? Close. Button. What was the issue with the response? Asterisk. Scan.
So what happens here is a dialog opens up and it says, hey, what was your issue with it? And you can type in, hey, I don't think this is the right answer, or I was looking for this. And we actually implemented what we call self-recursive learning or self-learning. And so what happens is after you input information, if you say, hey, this answer didn't help, it goes back into our AI model, and our AI model actually improves and self-learns from that information so that it can get better answers the next time that you come through here. I don't have the ability to do this with Zoom, but there's some other low vision features I think that are very handy that I'm just going to mention real quick, which is when you actually are searching for a question. So for example,
ask Microsoft Accessibility
earlier,
in private, scan off. Ask me anything about Microsoft Accessibility Group.
I was saying something like, I'll say, give me one A1Y
11Y
feature about.
Stop responding button.
And there's that stop responding button. So if you're using Magnifier, that actually gets
Working on it.
focus. I'm actually going to
Ask me anything about Microsoft.
And so if you're using magnification, it will zoom in on that particular part on the page. We found that was really helpful because other times you might get lost and not know where that information was. So we tried to think about this from all aspects of accessibility, from the usability of the page, the accessibility of the page, because those two things aren't always one and the same, as well as what does the AI model actually do on the back end to ensure that you're getting reliable, accurate information from Microsoft.com and Microsoft trusted resources, and also respects all of those principles that Ioana was talking about in terms of not having ableism and all of those other things. And then most importantly, I think, maybe not most importantly, one of the important things is simplicity. You're not going to have to find yourself tabbing and shift tabbing through a bazillion things that are like extra prompts and things of that nature. We tried to make it a very simplistic design. Again, anyone is welcome to try this out at aka.ms/askma. Please use the feedback, the yes or no button to provide us feedback, because we would absolutely love to get your feedback as we continue to improve this. So this is an example of kind of the initial pioneer that we had trailblazing a lot of these concepts that we've been talking about.
Jeremy, can I add something to your demo?
Sure.
Took over there. I love the fact that you showed the box where it says, was this a helpful conversation? And we have a thumbs up versus a thumbs down button. I told you at the beginning of this conversation that all of us play a space in responsible AI. And this is one of the ways that you can actually take part and be active in this conversation. That's not just a nice to have box. It doesn't just exist there for the sake of it. By giving feedback, you are actively participating in our responsible AI standards, because we have been very grateful to all the feedback we received from our clients in terms of, is this accessible, or is this actually accurate in terms of my representation? And it has been a journey, and the feedback that we receive has helped us be better. So one, thank you. And two, as consumers, please provide feedback. Products are not perfect, but your feedback helps improve them. And ultimately that helps all of us.
Hooray
That's
for
a great
feedback. So amazing. Ioana, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the broader Microsoft approach. How are product groups receiving that feedback in other ways?
Absolutely. So I was sharing that one of the ways, and all of our Copilot technology has that thumbs up, thumbs down button. So that is a consistent way where folks can submit their feedback and share everything from hey, this answer was not good enough, or it was not accurate enough, towards I'm not really happy about this image that was meant to describe somebody who's blind with a guide dog. And Jeremy is the expert here, but we also have our fantastic enterprise disability answer desk where folks and clients can submit their feedback concerning accessibility, as well as other elements related to identity and disability. So I encourage everybody to do so, because all of that does go back into our products, and more so, it helps us identify ways that the community wants to be represented and the community wants to be using our products. And that is absolutely the best thing and the best gift that the community can give us.
Now we have time for one more question. Out there, we have an audience of brilliant, passionate change makers, folks that truly care about accessibility. If we had a wish list, if there was something that we wanted to ask this audience, next steps, what would be the call to action? Let's start with you.
I was smiling because it's dangerous to give me a wish list. For me, I want everybody to be part of the AI conversation. I want people to start using these tools. I want them to experiment with them. And my advice, try one tool at a time and discover what you learn and discover what works for you. And then figure out ways that you can share that with others. If there's one thing, I can go back to the accessibility team when we first started using Copilot. we heavily leaned on each other. We were discovering what type of questions we can ask. We were discovering what type of issues we're encountering. So being able to share that with each other has been a gift. And I want people to be able to do the same thing. So that's my homework. Go try these tools out.
You heard from Ioana. It's time to go play. Jeremy, what would be your call to action?
I'd say take the first step. We are probably further ahead than most people because we've been working on this for several years, but there are a lot of people who are very advanced as well. But there's a lot of sometimes fear portrayed about AI. Don't be fearful. Just go and try it. If you don't take that first step, it's going to be difficult. And see what it does for you. There are feedback mechanisms like Ioana mentioned, and really community is the other thing that I would note. I don't think there's a day that goes by that Ioana and I aren't sharing something about AI that we're learning still every single day. It's usually several things. And so there are so many different tools out there, but I would encourage you just take the first step to try it and see how it can help you.
Can I give an extra one? I'm greedy.
Yeah, you can have 1.5.
Okay, and for those who are technology makers in the room, be curious about how you can improve your products based on feedback from the disability community. And if you're curious how to do it, we also share a lot of our knowledge because we know it's been a journey for us. So you can go to Ask Ma and our accessibility website to learn as well and reach out. I know that all of us are happy to share our learnings as well.
Do I get to have one too?
Yes.
Yay. Okay, really quickly. Skilling. Build these skills. Disability advocates, folks that are in the room, allies, build your skill set. We share a lot of training for free that you all are welcome to. Head over to Microsoft.com/accessibility. We've got tons of resources. We've got trainings on AI that are specifically built for and with people with disabilities. So take those trainings so that you can be the very best candidate when the next amazing job comes along. I know we're out of time, but let me just say thank you to everybody who spent this time with us today. We are so honored to be a part of SiteTech Global, and a big, big thank you to Vista Center for your commitment to accessibility. And that shows up in the incredible work that you've done to plan this event for all of us. So thank you, and happy creating.
AI that sees, hears, and understands. Google's accessible technology. Speaker, Christopher Patno, lead for EMEA Accessibility and Disability Innovation with Google.
Hi, this is Christopher Patno out in London. I'm really happy to be here at SiteTech Global. I'm here to share with you some thoughts and ideas of AI, accessibility, and to teach you about some of our vision tools. Just a quick personal story though. Even though I'm here in London, I'm not from here, as you can probably tell. I was actually born and raised in California, near San Francisco. I'm a failed opera singer. In my mid-20s, I realized it wasn't very good. I got involved in tech. Within a year joining tech, I was at Apple, where I worked on the first iPod, I worked on the first iTunes, and the G4 Towers and Final Cut Studio. I spent a couple of years at Sony Ericsson making mobile phones, and even a year at Disney making video games. But it was at Google where I learned about accessibility. And I learned about it because my product wasn't accessible. At the time, I was the lead technical program manager for Google Play Music. We had a test engineer come in. She turned on VoiceOver and I heard button, 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 button. I said, what's that? And she said, well, this is Google Play Music for someone who's blind. I said, well, gosh, that's stupid. How do they use it? She said, well, they don't. That's why I'm here. And I couldn't look away. So within a couple months, I volunteered to take on accessibility for the Google Play suite of products. And a couple years after that, I started taking on it for all of Google, helping make accessibility teams around the company. And then back in 2021, I moved to the UK to get Google ready for the European Accessibility Act. Some really meaningful legislation that has just been enforced this year in 2025. But I work at Google, and I get asked this question a lot. Why does Google care about accessibility? And I'm happy to be able to say it's actually part of our mission statement, which is to make the world's information universally accessible and useful. And we take that mission seriously, even to the point of looking at the real world, not just your digital world. So it's not just about Gmail or YouTube. It's also about having information of the real world. Say, if you're in a wheelchair, Wouldn't you want to know if the restaurant you're going to go has an accessible bathroom, or if there are stairs that you have to go up? You wouldn't want to go there, right? So because we have this information about the world, we have these features in Google Maps, so we can tell you whether or not you have accessible parking or accessible toilet or hearing loops. And we share this with you because it matters. Having an understanding about your world matters. And we take this mission very seriously because disability affects everyone. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but of course, according to the WHO, there's 1.3 billion people with a profound disability, 16% of the world. And for those of us with that, these tools can be profoundly meaningful. But realistically, there's a bunch of people who have a disability but don't identify with it because of stigma, or because you don't think it. I just need a little help. I don't have a disability, and that was me. I have dyslexia, and I didn't realize until my 40s about this. And it only happened because I started doing this work in disability. But it sort of tick boxed all of these things that I wasn't good at, and understanding why. I now have the tools to make my life and my job easier. Then there's our friends and family, the allies of someone with a disability. Again, think of that family with someone in a wheelchair. You're not going to go to a restaurant with your friends or with your family if your friend or family can't go, right? And even looking towards the digital world, what we're starting to learn is, especially with millennials and Gen Zs, they care a lot about identifying with brands and participating with companies that mean something to them. So if a brand is more accessible, they have a much better chance of having more business. So there's even a business impact in terms of making sure that your products and your culture are accessible. But in reality, every one of us, if we're lucky enough to get old or not, we're going to have some kind of disability, whether it's a temporary one, a situational one, or an age-related disability. If someone builds a product that is accessible, it's going to be useful for you, no matter who you are, where you are, or when you are. So what I really want to do here is share with you a bit about AI, because a lot of people are talking about AI, and it means different things to different people. This shift with AI is as big as it comes, and it's why it's so important that we're trying to make it helpful for everyone. We're trying to approach it boldly with a sense of real excitement. And some of the things we'll be showing you here today really leans into that. And no one company can do this alone. Feedback from our users and partnership with the disabled community and the developer communities will be key to unlocking this enormous potential. We look forward to working together to build this next generation of AI. And with the Gemini ecosystem, again, I'll be sharing you some of these things. We're working harder to make this future exciting for everyone. And it's really, really cool. And at Google, we've had a lot of practice with this. If you go back to 2009, we had our first experiment with accessibility and AI. Back in 2009, we added automatic captions onto YouTube in English. And in all honesty, it wasn't great, but it's a whole lot better than nothing. And that was the feedback that we got from the deaf community. And we continue to invest. And now we're at a point where we have over 60 different languages where you get free captions on YouTube because we continue to work at it. Back in 2018, we talked about Lookout, which is something I'll share with you later. Back when we continued from 2019 to 2020 to 2021, adding more and more features to Android, more and more features to Chrome browser and Chrome OS. And in this year, we announced a thing called SignGemo, which is really exciting. It's the first general purpose model that helps someone have sign language interpretation into text. So coming back from 2009, where we had not great captions, to the point now where we can do some real-time sign language, the technology evolves faster and faster. It's getting more and more exciting. And AI can level this playing field, especially when you think about the context of platforms. Chrome OS and Android both have AI features that bring alt text for pictures that don't have alt text. They bring captions for the people who need captions. The Chrome browser even can provide real-time captions and pipe it to a refreshable Braille display, letting someone who's deafblind participate in videos where someone didn't bother to create a transcript. So these technologies can enrich the lives of billions of people. And these machine learning and AI features can continue to unlock these major benefits, making the technology more useful, making the digital world more useful. So with this intention of being helpful AI has the power to help level the playing field for people with disabilities. And the way that we do this, it leans into that mission statement of making the world universally accessible and useful. Our commitment is to improve the lives of as many people as possible. And we want to do this to maximize the benefits to humanity, guided by our AI principles. And these principles guiding our innovation is the North Star for accessibility teams around the company. So now that I've been talking big and abstract, I want to bring this down to something that might make more sense to you. So we want to use AI for people with visual impairments to help understand the real world. There's a lovely application called Lookout, which uses AI to provide information for people who are blind or low vision in the world around them. In fact, in the images mode, we can use Gemini to tell you what's actually happening in an image. But we can also tell you about objects in the foreground and background. We can read ICA labels. We can even use optical character recognition. So we can use AI to describe the things that are given to you in your phone. You can use it to actually look at the world around you, have it read things to you, and was designed hand in hand with people who are blind and low vision. Lookout's a really great application. And TalkBack is a screen reader. And this is one where I'm really excited about these changes we've made in the past handful of years. Recently, we've added Google Gemini in an offline mode and online modes to give you different kinds of information. So offline, again, this is if you have no internet, we can tell you if a button doesn't have a label, we can read it out for you. So we can use a platform to help compensate for applications that were not designed to be as inclusive as they could be. But if you have an online mode, you can even take a picture and ask it to describe what the picture is, and you can ask questions. So for example, I would take a selfie with a friend, and I would do the up reverse L and ask TalkBack to recite to me or to describe to me the picture. And then I can ask him, how old do you think I look? Sometimes it says I'm middle age. Sometimes it says, I can't tell you how old you are, but perhaps you're in your 40s or 50s. And it's usually pretty good about that. So we use these AI technologies to help us understand the device in our hand, but also the world in the world in which that we live when we have this kind of digital information. So what I want to do now is share with you 3 different features that we have and a video of each of them to give you a sense of the kind of tools that we've built. So the first one is called the Pixel Magnifier. And this was co-designed with the low vision community. In fact, it was co-designed out of the Accessibility Discovery Center we have here in London. The way it came about is Robin Spinks, who is the head of inclusive design for RNIB, said he's a big fan of the Pixel camera, but he says it would be really helpful if it were a magnifier, but you'd have to do a couple things to understand what would it make to be a magnifier. So we sat down over a couple of days and we built out a bunch of the features that were there that's important. So you can use this app, and magnifiers aren't particularly special, but with this in this co-collaboration space, we actually added some features that make it really meaningful. So you can search for words in the world. You can ask it, is there gluten in this menu? You can zoom in really, really deeply, macros for close-ups, wide angles for the big picture. You can turn on selfie illumination for a mirror kind of experience. You can use this device to help breathe a bridge between the real world and what you can do. And it was co-designed with the low vision community. So I'm going to play an audio described video that we created about this when we launched the application.
My name is Brendan, and I am 12 years old in the 7th grade.
A Caucasian boy with strawberry blonde hair, wearing a green shirt and glasses, sits on his bed and looks at a collector's album of banknotes. Brendan's pronouns are he, him. A collection of vintage coins, bottles, and rocks are shown in his room.
I collect rocks, bottles, coins, and paper money.
Brendan is an old soul. He's got a lot of bizarre interests, but they're interests that keep all of us on our toes.
Interview. Brendan's mother, Tina, a Caucasian woman with light brown hair and a ponytail, wearing glasses, wearing a light pink shirt. Her pronouns are she, her.
Look at what I found.
Wow, what is that?
When I get coins, I want to look for the context clues. The coat of arms, definitely the text where it's from. Oh, this one's from Tanzania. I don't have any from Tanzania.
You don't?
Brendan sits on the floor of a living room in front of Tina, who sits on a brown leather couch. He takes a photo of an antique coin with the Google Pixel phone and shows it to her. He uses Google Magnifier to look at details of a coin using various filters and contrast options.
With Google's magnifier, I was able to see things I wouldn't be able to see with a naked eye. About the filters, I would say grayscale is my favorite. I like this one, or this one.
Look at the detail in that picture, huh?
At the breakfast table, Brendan uses Google Magnifier to take a photo of the expiration date on the cap of the milk bottle and changes the filters until he can see it clearly.
Brendan's eyes shake. He's got sensitivity to light. He's got issues with contrast, depth perception. He can see, but it's not crystal clear. But we don't let any of that stop him.
He then uses Magnifier to look at a word puzzle on the back of a cereal box. Using Magnifier's filters, he is able to see the puzzle clearly on the phone. Tina enters the kitchen from the backyard door.
I think this is a good place to stop. I want to make sure that we have more things to share and we have time for it. But again, this application was co-designed with the blind and low vision community, and it's one of our most popular applications with over 1 million downloads. The next I want to share you is a really neat feature, and this one actually came from a hackathon inside Google. And the idea of this, well, the name of the feature is called Guided Frame. It's a feature on Pixel phones of the camera. It's not a new application. It's the same application everyone uses, but there are features that get turned on when you use TalkBack. So what Guided Frame is, it's a tool that helps someone who's blind or low vision be able to take a picture, starting off with selfies. And the way it came about is that this hackathon came from a program manager on the Pixel team whose son is blind. And his son was one of these sports kids and wanted to be able to take a selfie of himself like all of his friends. But he, by virtue of being blind, had a hard time keeping his face in the frame. So he challenged us to try to solve this problem. And what we did is we used a different kinds of AI. We used machine learning to recognize what is a head and computer vision to recognize where the head is inside the frame. And the hardest part actually was coming up with a really good UX, a really good user experience. So we used haptics, spoken text, shapes, and colors all at the same time with a timer. And in real time, we can tell you if your head gets out of the screen, we'll stop the timer. So this is a really neat tool built a couple of years ago. We've continued to invest in it. So not only do we now do selfies, we can also describe pets, food, documents. We do intelligent face filtering, low light reminders, scene understanding. And starting with Pixel 10, we've even integrated Gemini, so you can take a you can have it describe to you what the picture is before you take the picture. If you don't have the Pixel 10 or this new feature when it rolls out, you can always throw it into TalkBack and ask it to describe things for you. So what I'd like to do now is play for you this quick commercial.
This video is shown through the perspective of an active individual with low vision. For many people with blindness or low vision, there hasn't always been an easy way to capture daily life. Disclaimer, screen image is simulated, sequence is shortened. Now in a park, a blurry image as a person holds out their phone to take a selfie.
One face cropped. Move your phone down.
Lowers the phone.
One face in frame. Hold for photo.
A clear photo of a bearded man. A blurry image of a man in his kitchen. He stirs a pot and his dog trots over.
Dinner for one. Hello.
He takes a selfie with his dog.
One face and one pet in frame.
Another crisp photo.
Look who's here.
The man's girlfriend.
Two faces in frame.
Photos of smiles. A party. A sports event.
Two faces.
Camping.
Good morning.
Two faces.
First day in the new place.
New apartment. Making funny faces. Running a marathon.
Two faces.
She kisses his cheek. Now, the couple is dressed up and the man takes a selfie of them in a mirror using his Google Pixel 8 phone.
2 faces.
More crystal clear photos of his partner. The man navigates through a hospital.
2 faces in frame.
He lowers the phone.
3 faces in frame. Hold for photo.
A sharp, priceless photo of the man and his tired but smiling partner holding a newborn. Capture life, no matter how you experience it. Guided frame, only on Google Pixel. Text, guided frame with Google AI, Google Pixel 8. Logo, the 4-colored Google G.
So this is a great example of what happens when you take someone's need and apply technology to it to create a solution that you didn't know how to do. That's why this is so much fun. We're at this point where AI is that it's going to create new opportunities, and that by collaborating together with the community of people with disabilities, we can find new solutions to these new problems. And these technologies continue to evolve. So what I want to share with you now is a research paper. This isn't even a product yet. It's a prototype that is so exciting. I wanted to share it with you here. It's called Street Reader AI. And what it does, it shows you, for someone who is using Street View, which is sort of this 360 view of a specific place, it can provide you a real-time AI-generated description of roads and intersections. You can have conversations with it. You can pan around and ask questions. So I'm going to share this with you, and I'm warning you now, this is being used and tested with real blind users. So the screen reader is going to go fast. So some of you are going to be great. Some of you might have a problem with it, and I apologize, but this is just too cool not to share.
Generating AI description. AI description. You are standing on a sidewalk facing a grassy park with a playground. A concrete pathway leads from the sidewalk towards the playground, which features swings and a play structure with slides. There are houses visible in the distance behind the trees.
How high is the slide in the park?
Based on the image, the slide in the park appears to be about 8 to 10 feet high.
What other play equipment is in the park?
In addition to the slide, there appears to be a swing set and some other climbing structures. There is also a paved walkway leading to the play area.
Do the toys in the park seem appropriate for toddlers?
Based on the image, the play equipment in the park seems appropriate for older children, not toddlers.
Could you tell me what's around me, please?
Certainly, you are at a park with a playground. There is a sidewalk in front of you, and the play structure is a bit further ahead in the distance.
What direction am I facing?
You are currently facing northwest.
Is the sidewalk going northwest?
Yes, the sidewalk in front of you appears to be going in a northwest direction.
Now facing north, you can move forward 10 meters to 3,199 Zircon Lane N.
Is there a crosswalk for me to move forward across the street?
No, there does not appear to be a crosswalk in the image. It looks like a typical residential street without a marked crosswalk.
So this is something that was designed hand in hand with blind users, and it drew on previous work from games like Shades of Doom, Blind Square, Soundscape. So this is really exciting. It's just the beginning of these kind of integrated experiences. So this AI is so powerful and can be so meaningful, and we're just scratching the surface. So what I'd like to do now, gosh help me, is I'm going to try to do a live demo in my room. So I'm going to turn on my own personal phone, and then I'm going to turn on Gemini Live, and I'm going to turn the volume on loud so hopefully y'all can hear. So on my phone, this is a Pixel phone. Gemini also runs on iOS, so those of you who have iPhones, you can do this yourself as well. But I'll turn it on and turn on Gemini Live and share my screen. Can you tell me what you see right here?
I can't actually see your screen yet. It seems you haven't shared it with me. Would you like to try again?
Yeah, can you see, what do you see through the camera?
Yes, I can see a fireplace with several items on it, including a framed picture of a person in red robes. Is there anything specific you'd like me to focus on?
Is there a poster on the wall?
Yes, I see a poster on the wall. It has a circular design in the center. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about it?
What do you think it is about?
It looks like a poster about Satyagraha, featuring a mandala design. What makes you ask about it?
Well, it's on the wall. What is Satyagraha in this context?
On the wall above the fireplace, there's a poster with a mandala-like design that says Satyagraha. Satyagraha is a principle developed by Mahatma Gandhi, meaning truth force or non-violent resistance. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about it?
Do you think this is about a theater piece or an opera or anything like that?
That's an interesting question. While Satyagraha is indeed a powerful concept associated with Mahatma Gandhi, it's also the name of an opera by Philip Glass. Given the artistic nature of the display on the mantelpiece, it's possible that the poster is related to the opera. Would you like to know more about the opera itself?
No, this is good. Thank you. So even when I make a mistake, it guides me on how to do what I want to do. So that is in fact a poster from the opera Satyagraha by Philip Glass. But I'm a sighted person. I want you to have the first-hand experience of someone who's blind. So this is a buddy of mine named Mark, and he told me this really funny story, and I asked him to record a video that I could share with you. So this is Mark in his own words.
Hey everyone, my name's Mark. So as a blind guy, I rely on technology every day, whether it's in my job or whether it's simply getting me from A to B. Tech has totally transformed my life. So over the past few weeks, I've been having a really good play with Gemini and Gemini Live specifically to see what it can do for me in my everyday life. Now, about 2 days after I started using it, my other half said to me, we need to get a card for my mum. It's her birthday and we haven't been on Moonpig. Now, my other half and I are both blind, so going into a shop and selecting a card is a little bit tricky, although she has a bit more vision than me, but she had to go into London and I was at home and I was left with the task. So I thought I'd take full advantage of that. And I decided to use Gemini Live to go and select the card within the shop. Now, as I was left to it, I decided to go down the route of finding a card, which was a little bit rude, I have to say. So I used Gemini Live in the store and it told me that the card section, I think, which was called Humor, was over to the left. So I went over to there and Gemini then told me, or gave me a bit of a flavor as to what cards were around. And I selected a couple of cards. Gemini read them to me. It did make me laugh out loud actually in the shop a couple of times. So everybody must have thought I was a bit weird. But then I did select a card, which I will include at the end of this video. But I have to say my other half's mum was laughing, but my other half definitely wasn't impressed with me. But I took full advantage. Now, it sounds like such a simple task, but I've never been able to do that. I felt like a superhero in many ways because going into a shop like that and being presented with so many visuals, I've just not done that. I've never been able to see that, and I've never had that experience, certainly laughing at cards in a shop. But Gemini gave me that ability, and I felt incredibly empowered, and I absolutely loved it. And that's just one way that it's been integrated into my life.
So this is Gemini Live, and this is, oh, by the way, I'm not going to share you the second half of this because it is kind of rude and I don't want to offend anyone. But this is a mainstream application. This is the same one everybody uses. This isn't dedicated specifically for people with disabilities, for people with visual impairments. Another session you're going to have is about Project Astra, which is a dedicated visual interpreter co-designed with people who are blind. And that's really exciting. So you'll learn more about that in a different session. So I won't go into there. But again, this app exists today on Android and iOS, and it's really cool. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you to SiteTech for giving me the opportunity to join you. There is a QR code here where you can subscribe to our newsletter and you can get updates on a quarterly basis, or you can reach out to us at g.co/a11y/news. Again, g.co/a11y/news. Again, thanks to SiteTech. Have a great day.
Crossing the Lines, the power and promise of multi-line Braille technology. Speakers, Ki Kwang Sung, co-founder of DOT. Greg Stilson, Vice President of Digital Transformation with the American Printing House. Louis-Philippe Massé, Vice President of Product Innovation and Marketing at Humanware. Moderator, Dave Williams, Customer Experience Manager with DOT.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to SiteTech Global 2025, the premier event exploring how cutting-edge technology is reshaping the future for blind and low vision people. I'm Dave Williams, chair of the Braillists Foundation, and it's my pleasure to guide today's conversation on multi-line Braille technology, a hot topic that's rapidly transforming access to tactile literacy, information, and digital inclusion. So, without any further ado, let's begin by briefly introducing our panelists, an international panel. I'm going to come to each of you and have you tell us your full name, your role, and what's exciting you most about the development of multi-line Braille technology. Let's start with you, Greg.
Thanks so much, Dave. I'm Greg Stilson. I'm coming to you from Madison, Wisconsin, here in the United States. I'm the Vice President of Digital Transformation at the American Printing House for the Blind. I'm a blind person myself. What excites me about multi-line Braille is that it's giving us a platform to get Braille text in the hands of users exponentially faster than we've ever been able to do in the past. So reducing what I call sort of the time to fingertips. I'm really excited about that.
Okay, Louis, let's come to you.
Hi, thanks for inviting me to SiteTech Global. I'm Louis-Philippe Marcé. I'm the Vice President at Humanware. I'm the Vice President of Product Innovation and Marketing. So this is the R&D team, the product management team, and the marketing team. So I collaborate with the folks at APH and the folks here at DOT. So it's a pleasure to be among the familiar faces.
And last, by no means least, Key.
Hello, this is Key Sung, co-founder at DOT. I'm from South Korea. It's 6 a.m. right now, and yeah, we've spent over a decade developing tactile graphic display technology, and that makes digital content accessible through DOT cells and the tactile graphic display. I'm really excited to be here and talk about multi-line Braille display and tactile graphic display.
Thank you very much to all of you. Looking forward to some interesting discussion. Let's begin then by defining why multi-line Braille technology is such a disruptive advancement. Greg, what makes multi-line Braille such a fundamental shift, that really is transformative compared with single-line Braille displays that we're used to?
It's an exciting time because we're reading digital Braille on a multi-line display in the way that we were taught to read Braille as blind people, right? So often we've chosen single line displays because it's given us access to digital Braille content quickly when pairing it with, say, our mobile device or with our computer, and we get the content under our fingertips, but we are reading one line at a time, sometimes 20 characters, sometimes 40 characters, depending on what your display supports. But you're not reading with the technique that we were originally taught when we were reading Braille on paper, right? And that technique is designed to read fluently. It's designed to read with the ability to track one's lines and location. But most importantly, when you're reading multi-line Braille, it gives you, as the blind user, it gives you the ability to actually skim read. And that's something that I think has been the most impactful for me over the last year or 2 years in really getting involved in this multi-line Braille, digital Braille shift. Is it's restored my ability to skim read or to present, especially as a blind professional presenter. Being able to really skim and present on my talking points effectively without having to pan line after line. I can sort of look for gaps in formatting. I can look for indentations. I can look for all those things that I traditionally would do on a physical piece of paper.
Key, what technical or design breakthroughs have made multi-line Braille viable And how do you envision this technology evolving?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dave. I think multi-line and tactile graphic display technology is all about scalability. So how to make thousands of braille pins move like precisely and slightly and affordably in real time. So I think our key breakthrough came with DotCell, our electromagnetic-based actuator system. So I think it is very scalable, and also we can stack the DotCell together so that we can make bigger size and smaller size and all different sizes of the tactile graphic display and multi-line. So I think it dramatically reduced power consumption and thickness and production costs while increasing durability. So the innovation made it possible to build a truly portability multi-line tactile graphic display. And I think it not just for text, but also diagram, table, maps, and UI layouts. And we are also envisioning new possibilities for interactive and adaptive UI and UX, where users are not just like reading text and tactile information, but actively engaging with the sensitive touch surface. So I think ultimately, the vision is to make touch sensitive the surface with the DotCell so that the users can interact with the device together.
Louis, from your perspective at Humanware, why is now the right time for multi-line braille? What are you hearing from customers?
Well, it's as my two colleagues have mentioned. First, there's a need for it, obviously, and it's moving from a single line to an array of braille cells open up not just reading, but the possibility of seeing graphics and pictures by touching them. So it's really opening up a new universe. And as Key was mentioning, the technology also now is ready. So before 10 years ago, yeah, there was like smaller scale efforts to do tactile displays, braille tactile displays, but none of them were commercially viable. They were more like lab type devices, and they were not necessarily very reliable. So now it's the right time, because now finally the need and the possibility and the technology is there for us with partners to do that, and that's why we in partnerships with the APH and DOT, we have released the Monarch last year, and the overwhelming reception about that product is really confirming that it was the right time.
Okay, so thinking about how we make the most of this opportunity, I'm going to stay with you, Louis. What should educators and assistive technology trainers understand to help users really succeed with multi-line braille?
That's a very good point, because it's not because you have a technology that it's without people understanding how to use it and how people adapting their curriculum in schools or applications for work. Without this, it's just a nice piece of technology, right? So of course, the trainers, the TVIs, they are playing a central part in this, because first they need to learn about that new technology, understanding how it's going to affect the way they teach, the way they support blind users, but also they need to open up. And it's very easy for me to say, as I'm not a Braille reader, but they need to open up in trying to figure out new ways of teaching STEM material in schools, and also providing new possibility for the professional market.
Well, I know somebody who is a Braille reader, Greg Stilson.
Yes.
Can you share a story or an insight from a school or a program where multi-line Braille has really made a massive impact?
Yeah, I can share a lot of them. I think, you know, you're talking about multi-line braille, and you're also talking about tactile graphics access, and both are crucial here. Then that's the beauty of the dot cells that are in the tools like the Monarch, for example. We have so much experience with students who have been able to read large quantities of text on the tactile display, to the point where they've been able to do things like large math problems, for example, or learning things like matrices, long division. And traditionally what they would use is a Perkins Brailler to do these type of math equations, but being able to take this quiet device that they're not hammering on in a you know, a gen ed classroom, and be able to do their math assignments, do their large read aloud sections in class, and do it on a device that is one tool, right? They're not having to carry or find volumes of Braille. The other side is really around gamification. We've released a couple games on the Monarch that have really solidified students' ability to understand both how to manipulate a touch-capable tactile display in a multi-line environment, but do it in a fashion that they don't know that they're actually learning something. They're playing a game, and so it's an effective way to teach them the skills of using these type of devices. And I think that that's a crucial component. You know, so much. I've got young kids, right, and they were on tablets probably far earlier than I was supposed to put them on tablets, and they learned a lot just by playing games, right? You know, you play the PBS Kids games, or you play the ABC Mouse games, and these kids are learning literacy skills without actually knowing that they're learning anything.
Key, taking perhaps a more international view, how do regional and cultural differences in tactile literacy affect the global adoption of multi-line Braille? Well, what steps is DOT taking to support diverse learners?
Yes, this is, I think, a very real challenge. Tactile literacy right now is not uniform, you know, around the world yet. So I believe this is not something one company can solve alone. You know, what we really need to, you know, do is to get together. So educators, developers, organizations, and companies, I mean, to work together to build a global tactile ecosystem together, so that users can, you know, get access to tactographic information, universally available. So at DOT, we're trying to contribute by providing tools like the DotPad, and also an AI-powered software, so that, you know, that AI engine can actually, convert images into tactographic, so that visually impaired users can access unified, tactographic literacy and information. But this is something that cannot do by ourselves. You know, we need to work, Humanware, LP, and also APH, and all different organizations like Perkins, RNIB, ONSE over the world. So I think ultimately, tactile ecosystem should belong to everyone. And if we all align our efforts, multi-line Braille and tactographics can be, universal and essential as a screen reader readers are today. So I think so that they can understand and access the information through touch in their own way.
Exciting times, but of course, as technologists, we're always keen to know what's next on the innovation roadmap. Key, I'm going to stay with you. How is AI already enhancing your multi-line Braille solutions?
Yeah, I think AI is really already at the core, what we are doing at DOT. So our DOT engine, AI, interprets the visual data, diagrams, and equations in interfaces and translate them into meaningful tactographics in real time. But of course, it's not perfect yet. But we are actually trying to, use AI to convert any images in tactographics so that, as I said, everyone can access graphics from the internet. So I think this is not perfect yet, but if we work together, here our folks Simonier and APH, then it's not the far away. And I think we are going to further development, AI agents fine-tuned for visually impaired users. So which provide intelligence guidance and delivers tactile information dynamically through multi-line braille and graphics, so that not only converting tactographics, but also using AI agent will open up all digital content accessible for the visually impaired people with tactographics. And lastly, at the same time, through the Vista collaboration with Microsoft, we are building, we are enabling blind users to access PowerPoint more accessible, and also with Google, we are, putting our efforts to make tactographic AI assistance truly accessible with Gemini. So we are really, really excited about this.
Louis, what do you perceive as the major design or production challenges ahead for multi-line braille, and how is HumanWare addressing those?
Well, obviously, if we take a step back and look a little what have happened in the mainstream industry with PCs and later on smartphones and tablet, is really, they all evolve in becoming more performant, but also cheaper, smaller, more durable. So obviously, at HumanWare with partners, we keep our eyes open on trying to find ways to achieve this. We're not in the same industry as the smartphone industry, obviously, so we're cannot count on them on selling millions of units a month like these big companies are. So obviously we are in a different ecosystem, a different business ecosystem, but still it's our mission, of course, all of us here, it's our mission to democratize technology to make everybody able to learn and work in everyday life as efficiently as possible. So this is what we're trying to continue to do. We want to have the device more compact, lighter, easier to carry, but also less expensive. People might say, well, these devices are still very expensive. Yeah, they are. But of course, if we consider the costs it saves in printing Braille books, it's already a big progress in the direction of democratizing the knowledge and science and the professional market to Braille readers. So this is kind of what is driving us. We want to continue to work with DOT and with the APH and some of our other partners to see, okay, is there any new way that we could try to make, for example, the Braille cells more compact, consume less energy, these kind of things. And so we'll look at this, and this is what we've been doing at HumanWare for a while, trying to, every generation of product, trying to make a little iteration of improving the product, and that's kind of what is driving us. But also, I talk more about the hardware, but same about the software. We want to make the software solution more intuitive, easier to use, easier to teach for teachers, obviously. So using, I'll just continue with what Key was saying, and using AI is actually a new set of tools that we can use to achieve that, and making solutions, easier to use and quicker to market compared to more traditional ways of designing solutions. So this is kind of where we're aiming for the future for multi-line and tactile display.
Greg, could you share a little sneak preview of what's next from APH in this space?
Yeah. So for us, it's games and apps on the Monarch platform itself. So we've finalized a software development kit that we as APH have been using for a year now to build these apps and games. And we've been really happy with where we're at, and we're starting to see these games and apps kind of come faster and the development cycle to be reduced. So one example, I mentioned the PBS Kids games that my kids have played in the past. APH has reached a partnership with PBS Kids, and we're going to be releasing a tactile version of their popular Cyber Chase Echo Explorer game that's playable by any kid, and no matter whether they're playing on a PC browser or they're playing on the PBS Kids app on an iPad, they're now going to be able to play that exact same game in a tactile form on the Monarch. And that's just one example of ways that we're really excited to sort of innovate using mainstream experiences. And I think that this, more than anything, was sort of a beacon of light by the actual mainstream, right? The mainstream saw potential. They saw that this was the platform that was used in the United States amongst students with visual impairments, and they chose to partner with APH to port that game into a tactile form. And it's beyond exciting. It's super fun to be able to actually play the game, feel the grid, touch the tactile graphics while hearing the audio and the story. And kids, most importantly, are going to be able to play the same game that their sighted peers have played on their tablets or iPads or whatever it is. So I think that's just one example of the ways that gamified learning can come to a platform like this. But going forward, I think one of the other initiatives that APH really has is over the last year, and we have 1,350 Monarchs out in the wild now. What we learned was over the last 12 months, traditionally we would have expected I would say a minor increase in the amount of access to our tactile graphics image library. So what we learned over the last year was over 45% of the actual downloads from the tactile graphics image library were done by Monarchs now. And so that was, at this point, over 17,000 graphics that have been accessed by Monarchs around the world here. So with that tells us that we need to increase the amount of graphics that are in our TGIL, number one. So these are professionally designed graphics by tactile artists. And so that's another initiative that we have is increasing sort of, I'm going to say, request a graphic or request a design, so that students have access to the graphics that they want to see. And so increasing the amount of graphics in the TGIL, that's an internationally free accessible tool that anybody can access. And then I'd say the last piece is really increasing that time, or reducing that time to fingertips for transcribed Braille. So looking at what solutions we can do with AI, with additional new technology to sort of improve transcription times so that we can get transcribed Braille, professionally transcribed Braille in the hands of kids much faster. And we can do that now with a wirelessly capable device like the Monarch. The most important thing, I think, when it's all said and done is we talk about innovation and we talk about the technology advancements. The one thing that I have to give DOT so much credit for is over the last 12 months, we've had a little over 12 months. We've had, all these Monarchs out there, 1,350 Monarchs that are available. Each Monarch has 480. We've had 2 Monarchs that have come back with 1 damaged Braille cell. That is quality, that is durability, unlike anything that we've ever seen in the digital Braille space. So just huge hats off to the folks at DOT and Humanware for the work that they've done to create not only a new innovation in Braille technology, but the durability is what's crucial. You got kids using these on a daily basis, and I have very young kids, and they're sometimes pretty gross. And so it's a huge testament to the work that the team has done here.
I'm sure there'll be lots of people pleased to hear that. Thank you, Greg. Louis touched on this earlier, the elephant in the room, I guess, which is sometimes the tricky subject of cost, which we know as blind people, many in our community, are living in difficult circumstances. What practical guidance can we offer blind people for accessing or affording these devices? Greg, I'm going to come back to you because you're based in the United States. What options are available there?
So I'll start with the traditional federal quota system. So the federal quota system is available to any student who qualifies under the definition of blind or low vision. And there is a federal appropriation that's distributed to every state that is separate from your traditional special ed funds. This is money that is redistributed every single year, and it's used to purchase products from the American Printing House for the Blind. So that's number one, and that's the most basic foundational redistribution of funding, right? But we have additional funding as well. So we have the Monarch Student Pilot Project that is going to this year distribute about 200 Monarchs to students in K-12 classrooms around the United States. And that's something that Congress has given us the option to reuse every year. The last piece I'll mention is what we're calling the RISE grant, which is those seeking employment. So this is for students in higher education. This is professionals in the workplace where a multi-line tactile display would improve your productivity. And so that grant is a 5-year grant that we are looking to distribute about 300 Monarchs this year to professionals or students in higher education as well. You, of course, can contact the American Printing House for the Blind here. And if we are able to accommodate that, we've distributed the Monarchs for 2025, but we're going to be looking to distribute them for 2026 as well. So please get in touch with us.
Okay, and thinking internationally, is there anything Key or Louis you'd like to add to that?
Well, if of course, I'm based in Canada. I forgot to mention at the beginning. So we also have the different provinces, and at the federal level, there is also different organizations that are also supporting the blind people. So, for example, at the federal level in Canada, there's the CNIB, which is we of course discuss with them, and so I invite people here in Canada to contact the familiar agencies they are with in their province, and they can seek some information about Braille displays. But also there is also other organizations that are also supporting them. At the international level, maybe Key, you want to open up a little about your areas of the world?
Yeah, if I say a little bit about South Korean market, we have, Ministry of Science and ICT, and they are providing the Braille display and assistive device for the visually impaired people, for them to access digital contents in any space. And also we have a Ministry of Employment and Labor. So basically, if a blind, people, when they get a job, they can actually request equipment for work that the Korean government will support, of almost 90% to 100% of the whole entire the device cost. So I think it is South Korean government support, but I believe in Europe and Japan, different country can also have their own those kind of system to support the visually impaired and blind people to access any information around the world.
Thank you so much, all of you, for your time. It's been an incredibly fascinating conversation, and I'm sure it will continue. Thank you, Key and Greg and Louis. And to learn more about technology and this subject, be sure to check out the SciteTech Global website, APH, Humanware, and DOT. It's very clear that multi-line Braille is not just a new piece of technology, but a fundamental shift in the way we as blind people access information by touch. Thank you so much for tuning in to SciteTech Global 2025. From myself, Dave Williams, and everyone who brought this to you. Bye for now.
Virtuous alt text cycle, engineering context and quality in AI-generated alt text. Speaker, Aaron Coleman, Chief Product Officer for Scribely. Moderator, Carolyn DeRosier, CEO of Scribely.
Hi, everyone. And first, a big thank you to SciteTech Global for hosting this conference. We are so glad to have this platform to share important advancements in assistive technologies. My name is Carolyn DeRosier, and I am one of your speakers for this session, which is called the Virtuous Alt Text Cycle, Engineering Context and Quality in AI-Generated Alt Text. And I'd like to introduce my co-speaker, Aaron Coleman. Aaron is the Chief Product Officer at Scribely, where she leads the vision for technology solutions that combine innovation and human expertise to make images accessible to everyone. And she's held previous roles at Google, Irrational Labs, and the Outcast Agency. And as I mentioned, I'm Carolyn DeRosier, the founder and CEO of Scribely, and we partner with large organizations to produce premium quality image descriptions at scale. We're developing solutions to embed image accessibility right into the fabric of their content workflows and their culture. And now I'll hand it over to Aaron to kick off our presentation.
Hello, everyone. We're thrilled to be here to talk about a powerful new alt text author, generative AI. This session is about building resilient workflows that support AI as a writing partner for drafting high-quality, meaningful alt text. We'll talk about moving beyond simple editing AI alt text for errors and instead cultivating what we call a virtuous alt text cycle, a system where expert human input makes the AI smarter, more adaptive, and more context-aware.
So generative AI offers this incredible potential for accessibility, right? But as stewards of good image description, we at Scribely know that this is really not an easy task when it comes to actually achieving high quality image descriptions. So producing these contextual descriptions at scale is incredibly difficult. We need to evaluate this new AI alt text author in the accessibility space so we can understand how to use this powerful technology responsibly and how to build a process and a workflow that prioritizes high quality image access for all users, moving far beyond just this better than nothing end result. We need to push for more. As an alt text author, AI's strengths are obvious. It has the scale, it has the speed, and it has the breadth of knowledge. But this same strength is actually the reason we're seeing today's AI models really struggle with generating quality alt text. By default, an AI describes an image in complete isolation from its context. In cutting that corner, it unfortunately misses the true purpose of the image or the reason why it exists on that specific page. And when we browse the web, we don't just see images in a vacuum, right? We are influenced by the surrounding text, the surrounding headlines, and the images are part of this experience of the page. The AI just doesn't get that. On its own, it doesn't factor in the different types of context that give meaning to the images that we're experiencing. And we'll dig into 3 different forms of context later on in this presentation. But at a very basic level, we as humans know that we need to understand context to interpret the why behind the description.
Exactly. Out-of-the-box AI models aren't designed to review the surrounding page because they can't see that content, they can't determine the intent. So what do? They default to a simple literal description. They perfectly describe the what, the literal facts, but they completely miss the why. An AI might be an excellent researcher. It can identify objects in an image, but it can't understand why that image is important in the context that it is in. It also doesn't know your brand voice, industry language, or the emotional tone it should adopt. This is all critical missing context. This brings us to the core issue. It's not just about what is in an image, but why it's there. We can't expect AI to succeed if its default process ignores that why.
It's crucial that we understand exactly how these large language models work. The way they are programmed to function makes them more predictive than perceptive. When prompted to generate an image description, the out-of-the-box AI gets one initial hit of context that it can work with, and that's the objects that it can detect within the image and also their relation to one another. And after that, its language model takes over to do the writing.
And that predictive writing model is exactly where hallucinations come from. Look at the example on the slide. The AI sees a person, a bathing suit, a hat, and a towel. Its statistical writing model fires up and predicts beach. And because it's a predictive writer, it might actually add sand to the description, even if, as in this case, the person is clearly sitting on a white surface. It predicts the sand into existence. And here's the most critical part. The AI then interprets the purpose of the image based on the predictive description it just wrote, including the parts it completely made up. It's building its why on a what that might factually be wrong. This brings us to one of the most serious flaws of AI as an alt text author, its potential to mirror and even amplify societal biases. This often leads to inequitable or stereotypical descriptions where the AI misrepresents people, defaults to narrow assumptions, or uses harmful, loaded adjectives.
And as this slide says, AI models are trained on the internet, which has essentially become this massive repository of human bias. It's learning from all of our content, absorbing all of those pre-existing stereotypes and harmful patterns that we've published. And do we like that about the internet? No, but it's there.
So if we ever want to get to a place where AI-generated alt text is high quality and we can confidently implement it at scale, we must solve for this. We, as the human alt text managers, must know when and how to assert ourselves in the process. We have to be the ones who provide the equity check and the real-world context the AI lacks.
So what do we do about this? How do we respond to these critical issues of ensuring accuracy and equity in image description writing? We need to teach the AI the why of an image. Its descriptions have to be focused by the context surrounding the images, not just the pixels. And this is where context engineering comes in. So at Scribely, when our human writers start an image description project, we have a very well-defined process. We first collect all of the contextual information that we think we might need to produce the quality descriptions. And this may include things like brand style guides, creative briefs, the page content, and we're using our human ability to discern what information is needed in this particular project. And it changes quite a lot from project to project in terms of the context we need. So when we think about AI at Scribely, the big question on our minds is, can we programmatically replicate this human-centric process of collecting the relevant contextual information for an AI? And then a follow-up question, would the AI improve if it had all of the contextual information it needed? Is that even possible?
The answer today is we're getting there. We're still in the early phases. Context engineering needs more testing, more development, and more experts. But it is showing real promise, and we encourage all of you to start testing this. When your context is precise, relevant, and aligned with the visual facts, it becomes the most effective tool for grounding the AI in reality. It's how we capture purpose and deliver it to the author, whether the author is human or an AI. And let's be clear, even when we get a better result from the AI, we still need humans to review the output. The end state is not completely to remove our involvement, and we still need to get to that feedback and put it back into the loop.
So we've established that context is everything in alt text, but this term context can feel super vague. So what exactly do we mean by context? There are many different forms of context, but we're going to break down 3 distinct actionable types, which we have up here on the slide. And the first one is technical context. So think of this as the what of the image or the hard facts about the image. The second is content context. So this is the where, as in where does this image live on the web, on a page, or in a document? And third is intentional context. This is the why or the purpose of the image. So let's dive into each one of these. Let's start with technical context. This is the image data that already exists in your systems. The AI cannot guess this, it must be told. So this basic foundational context, as the slide says, is what stops the AI from hallucinating when there isn't an actual object present within the image.
Second is content context. This is the page itself, as well as all the unstructured content surrounding the image on the page, like the page title. You have to build a workflow to systematically feed the surrounding story to the AI. This is what prevents the AI from misinterpreting what the page is actually about.
And finally, most importantly, is the intentional context, the intention or purpose of the image. So this is the human knowledge and expertise that exists inside the content manager's head, right? It's the reason why the team ultimately chose this specific image for this specific page. And this is the authorial intent that we had mentioned previously. It's the hardest form of context to capture, but it's actually the most critical part of preventing those generic, sometimes bland descriptions that we often see from AI outputs. So let's walk through a good context engineering practice. It all begins with the first step, which is gathering all of your context. The AI needs a deep understanding of every image it's going to describe. So we found it's crucial to gather contextual data in 4 key areas. So the first is structured and relational data. These would be all of the facts about what's in the image. For example, what are the products featured in the image? What is the color being shown in the image? The second is the content and experience. This is the purpose of the page itself. So for example, an image existing on a home page is going to be different than an image existing on a landing page or a product page or in social media. And the experience is also all of the information that lives in close proximity to that image. So think of the header, think of the marketing blurb, and all of the other images, perhaps that appear in a carousel-like experience. Third is function and type. So this is the image's role on the page. Some of this could be established programmatically, so we could actually look at whether the image is a link and where that link takes us. It could also be that we're identifying the image as a brand image based on where it appears, what page it appears on. We're determining its role. And we're thinking about how does this image further the message of the surrounding information for that image. And the last form of contextual data is brand and equity. And this is where it gets really tricky because your brand and equity information likely lives in documents on servers or in campaign briefs, on creative guidelines. We're often not connecting this information to image description. But the good news is that you might be able to apply this form of context at a higher level across all images in a campaign or all images across an entire business unit. And the reason you can do that is because the context doesn't change necessarily from image to image in this case, as other forms of context tend to do.
Step 2 is feed all that context to the AI. This is the most direct way to control the AI alt text output. And it's generally done in two main ways. First, through well-formed prompting. This is where we take all that context Carolyn just listed and build it directly into your prompting method. Second, a more advanced method is fine-tuning. This involves training the AI model on your own associated labeled metadata, which teaches it specific rules and allows it to generate far more accurate, grounded information.
Okay, so let's ground all of this information that we've been talking about in an example. And we're going to use the same image across 3 different forms of context to illustrate how the description changes. So on the screen, we have an image of a person in a stylish white trench coat holding a skateboard. And this is an e-commerce brand that we're talking about. The trench coat is actually a product that this brand sells. So now that we've established what's in the image, the trench coat, we need to ask, where does this image live? So this would be the content context that we talked about earlier. And in this case, we are on the homepage. This is the brand's front door. It's their first impression for customers. And the content surrounding this image includes a marketing blurb, which we also have up here on the slide. So this marketing blurb relates to this image and informs our experience as an audience. So let's think about, what is the intent? The goal here isn't to sell this specific coat on the homepage. The goal is actually to showcase the overall brand feel and inspire you to click deeper into this collection. And the marketing blurb next to the image says things like, look and feel confident, go places in style, browse our collections. This image is doing that exact same job as that marketing blurb. It's communicating a vibe that's cool, confident, and versatile.
Exactly. That context directly dictates the focus of the alt text. A generic out-of-the-box AI might just say, a person in a white coat holding a skateboard. That's the literal what. It completely misses the why. Because we know the intent is to convey the brand style, a high-quality description must capture the feeling of the image, the confident person, the stylish monochromatic white outfit, the modern breezy feel. The alt text job here is to communicate the brand, not just the product. Now keep this homepage context in mind, all that inspiration. Later we'll use this exact same image in a different scenario.
So collecting all of this context for every single image can feel like this massive manual bottleneck, right? It feels like it might be impossible to scale. But the secret is most of this data is already there. You are already capturing most forms of relevant context in your process somewhere. It's just living in different systems. It's a bit scattered right now. And the solution is to optimize this process by tapping into the tools you already have. If we organize this data, if we put the work forward just through organization, we can help the AI function as a more focused and well-informed descriptive writer, rather than just an inexperienced or interpretive one that's just doing its best.
Yes. Truly effective AI alt text is about giving both humans and AI the right information. This brings us to knowing your tools. And as the slide shows, knowing where your context lives. For example, like your CMS or content management system. It provides your most critical on-page context, the page title, H1, captions, etc. And it prevents the AI from missing the image's intent. Similarly, your PIM or your product information manager provides your structured, non-negotiable facts, the official product name, SKU, brand approved colors, etc. And it prevents hallucinations. And finally, your DAM, Digital Asset Management System, provides the image canonical metadata, its single source of truth, like a campaign name or usage rights. And it helps prevent the AI alt text from generic one-size-fits-all descriptions.
Okay, now let's take that exact same image from earlier and drop it into a completely different context. And this time, that image appears on a product listing page for outerwear. So the image appears in a grid right next to other outerwear products, including a tan coat and a lime green jacket.
The user's intent here has completely changed. They are no longer just browsing for vibe. They are actively shopping. They are scanning, comparing, and trying to decide which item to investigate further.
So that old brand feel description that we created earlier for the homepage is suddenly not helpful in this scenario. It doesn't help the user differentiate, or just as importantly, to visualize the difference between the outerwear products on this page. So when a user is on this page, we can imagine them asking two key questions to themselves. Number one, how does this jacket differ from the tan one or the green one? Number two, how would I wear this? What does it go with that I already own?
So a high quality description here needs to serve both of those needs, comparison and imagination. With that in mind, the new alt text for this context would be an ankle-length white coat, I'll start that over. An ankle-length white cotton trench coat that is open at the front and has a breezy flowing fit. It is paired with a white fitted blouse with an angular hem and white wide leg trousers.
So let's break down why that alt text description you just heard works in this context. That first sentence, an ankle length white cotton trench coat, this is for comparison. It immediately gives the user the core facts to tell it apart from the tan slouchy jacket or the lime green cropped blazer.
And the second sentence, which reads, it is paired with a white fitted blouse with an angular hem and white wide leg trousers. That is for imagination. It helps the user see the full outfit and visualize it in their own wardrobe. They might be thinking, oh, I already have white wide leg trousers. This trench coat would be the perfect addition.
So this is a great example of how the exact same image requires completely different alt text. The context changed the role of the image from inspire to compare and style. Okay, so now let's pull all of these pieces together. This is how we build a resilient alt text workflow that takes the concept of human in the loop, as we've heard so many times, from something that's corrective to something that's influential.
To get high quality AI alt text and to prevent the AI from struggling with context inaccuracies or harmful bias, we have to build a workflow that ensures quality at every step. As you can see on the slide, it looks like this. First, ingest and contextualize. The human provides the image and all those relevant context types. Second, first draft. The AI takes that input and generates the first pass. Third, review and refine. This is the critical human step. The expert evaluates that draft, editing for quality, intent, and equity. Fourth, approval and publication. The human-approved high-quality alt text is published. And finally, the feedback loop. The human-edited version is fed back into the system. This is what creates the virtuous cycle. That data is now used to fine-tune your custom AI models, improve your prompt engineering, and build a powerful QA database.
And this workflow also solves a critical issue of ownership. And this is a huge problem that organizations need to address with images. The model is influenced by human input in the first place. And when the AI routes the image to the right person, who's the content expert, they are empowering them with a higher quality AI-generated draft that they can then adapt and finalize the description for publication. Okay, so one final example, and we're going to use that exact same image from earlier, but this time it's on the product detail page. So we're past the brand vibes, we're past the product detail comparisons, and the add to cart button is right there on the page. At this stage, the user's intent is to inspect the images. They want specific, detailed answers before they make that decision to buy the product.
And the text on the page often doesn't help. It's usually abstract marketing copy like high fashion drama. The images are doing the real work of showing the product from every angle. This is crucial not just to make the sale, but to prevent returns.
And this is precisely where we're seeing most brands fail. A Scribely study 2 years ago found that 98% of the top e-commerce product pages have missing or completely useless alt text. The most common error was 91% of pages had auto-generated formulaic text that was non-descriptive, like something like product title, image 1 of 2. And that is completely useless to a shopper and doesn't provide them with any specific details to inspect. And a few years later, we're still in the same place.
So for our image in this context, the alt text must become the zoom in. It needs to be hyper-specific. Instead of just trench coat, we need to discuss the semi-sheer cotton fabric, the blouse and sleeves that are loose on top and fitted at the wrist, the unstructured lapels, the high cowl neckline of the blouse, and the deep flowing pleats of the trousers. This is the only way to give all your customers the facts and confidence they need to click Add to Cart.
So as we conclude, our core message is this: generative AI is an incredibly powerful tool, but it is not a magic wand. Without human input to provide context, to ensure accuracy, and to champion equity, it will fail to scale.
True innovation in accessibility isn't just about automation. It's about designing intelligent workflows that integrate AI as a partner. This means you cannot just set it and forget it.
So we must assume the role of context engineer and editor if we want to use AI. And it is a powerful assistant, but you are the ultimate author of these descriptions. You are the one that is hitting publish. So human input and oversight are a complete non-negotiable. And that's about all the time we have for today. So thank you all so much for listening to this presentation.
Our contact information is up on the screen. We genuinely mean it when we say we'd love to continue the conversation. So please don't hesitate to reach out on LinkedIn or at the emails you see here. It's been a real pleasure.
Great. And those emails for everyone are Erin, E-R-I-N, @scribely.com. That's SCRIBELY.com. Or Carolyn @scribely.com. CAROLINE @scribely.com. And thank you to Vista Center, the producer of the SiteTech Global Conference, and back to you.
Designing AI that sees us, powered by blind-centric data. Speaker, Mike Buckley, Chairman and CEO of Be My Eyes. Moderator, Corey Lyle, CEO of the Vista Center.
Hello, everyone. My name is Corey Lyle, and I'm the CEO for Vista Center, the executive producer of SiteTech Global. Today's conversation is one I've been especially looking forward to because it sits at the intersection of innovation, responsibility, and lived experience. We are here to explore one of the most urgent questions in AI right now. How do we ensure that the next generation of AI systems truly work for blind and low vision people? And the answer is in design. And for that, you need the right data, you need the right perspectives, and you need leadership that understands that accessibility isn't an edge case, it's a core requirement. Which brings me to today's esteemed speaker, Mike Buckley, who is the CEO of Be My Eyes, a global platform serving millions of blind and low vision users in more than 150 countries. Under Mike's leadership, Be My Eyes launched Be My AI, one of the first mainstream deployments of GTP-powered visual assistants, and a tool that's reshaping what day-to-day independence looks like for our community. But what truly distinguishes Mike is his vision for how AI should be built. He's one of the strongest voices calling for AI systems trained on blind-centric data. Data that reflects the real environments, questions, tasks, and challenges that blind users face every day. This session is about technology, yes, but it's also about equity, agency, and the right to independence. Mike, thank you for being here with us and for everything that Be My Eyes continues to contribute to the blind and low vision community. Let's dive in.
Thank you so much. Kudos back to you for everything you and Vista Center do to make the world more accessible. Not a political comment, but it does take a village. And I'm glad that to share the space with you in that village. So
Thank you.
happy to be here. My name is Mike Buckley. I'm the CEO of Be My Eyes. I'm a white middle-aged male. I have brown but rapidly graying hair, and I'm in a home office flanked by a real guitar over my right shoulder and a Lego guitar over my left and some other doodads. But it really is a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm here to make a desperate plea and make a pretty, I hope, adamant argument about the dramatic need to get more disability data into AI data sets. For those of you watching, listening, I'm showing a slide that says why AI needs blind data. And it's a user holding a smartphone, an iPhone, as well as what looks to be a VR headset. Two things. That VR headset was AI generated and it's not real. It's not one that exists in the world. However, I asked the 4 best models, the best AI models in the world, what that headset was. One told me it was an eye massager. One told me it was an Apple Vision Pro. One told me it was smart glasses. And one told me it might be an AR headset. It's none of those. And so this underscores the problem that we're going to be talking about today. Now, what happens when it's much more real in terms of a failure mode? What happens when we're talking about medication? What happens when we're talking about what I'm showing on a slide are a traffic light, expiration dates, spatial guidance in a bus stop, and descriptions in a train station? What happens when the use cases and the stakes are higher and we see failure modes in AI? The risk for everyone on the planet is real, but the risk for the blind or low vision consumer is much more acute. And unfortunately, what we see is that models, even great models, and by the way, I'm a huge fan of AI. It's important for the world. It's great for the blind and low vision community, and we need to embrace it because we could enter a golden era of accessibility, but we have to be honest about its problems and issues. Why does AI fail? Why does it give us confident and inaccurate descriptions? The slide I'm showing shows 2 pictures. One is a pristine kitchen with everything beautifully labeled on a countertop, and the other literally looks like a tornado went through the kitchen. The issue with AI training data is that more of it is trained on beautiful, pristine, nice data sets. This creates systemic failures in AI design because it doesn't reflect the messy reality of life, right? A beautiful image in perfect lighting conditions is not always going to help the AI answer for a blind or low vision consumer who's holding their camera at an angle maybe that the AI thinks is odd or is imperfect, or if there are lower light conditions. And so AI can struggle with real world scenarios leading to failures, by the way, that disproportionately threaten to risk or create harm to blind and low vision consumers. And that's unacceptable. Now, the good news is there is a way through this problem, and that is specifically by incorporating more blind and low vision data sets. And why is that? One of the ways that we can fix this is that some of the realities of blind life can be messy and or imperfect, right? Whether it's a blurry photo or, as we talked about earlier, an odd angle, or what AI thinks is an odd angle, or different light conditions. Blind data sets force these models to acknowledge uncertainty, right? This is sometimes called in the literature domain shift or distribution shift, which basically means when the model's trained on something that's different from the reality that's in front of it. So these blind data sets have the power, right, to force these models to answer uncertainty, and acknowledge uncertainty rather, and reduce falsehoods. So think about like when a Be My Eyes volunteer or an IRA agent, right, is asked, by a blind or low vision consumer about something, that volunteer or that agent can have the blind or low vision person move the camera, right? To improve spatial reasoning, change the angle, improve the lighting, have a back and forth dialogue about what problem in the image is causing us not to be able to solve the problem. So take an expiration date on a carton of milk. Well, if the camera's not pointed at an expiration date, right, that human volunteer or that human agent can help. When AI gets that information, it should be then able to learn how to answer, to deal with that uncertainty, right? And then better guide a blind or low vision consumer through whatever task they need to complete. But that also makes AI better for sighted users, right? And so not only is there a net benefit, right, to the blind and low vision community in terms of accessibility or better AI for blind and low vision, but it's going to make AI better for anybody. So it's incumbent upon us to apply as much pressure on these model makers as we can. What I'd ask you to think about when you think about this problem is to go back in time. It's 1996. The internet is starting to catch fire, and everyone is having a mad dash and rush to create websites. What happened as a result of that mad dash? Well, one of the things that happened is people designed websites and internet experiences that weren't grounded in disability, right? Or accessibility. What is the net result of that? To this day, it's 2025, and more than 90% of websites have inaccessible elements. Now think about that problem times 10 with AI, with a real-time voice agent enabling you through navigation through a subway or telling you about your medication. So this is not some theoretical problem that it'd be nice to solve. It's a problem that we have to solve. And where we are in this cycle, right, of AI right now is that foundation models are really being developed as we speak, and we really need to figure out how to attack this problem. There's a quotation from the founder of Be My Eyes, Hans-Jürgen Weiberg, who was a Vista honoree last year. Thank you very much for that. In addition to being a remarkable human being, and in addition to taking his personal kind of problem and figuring out a technological solution that blended technology and human kindness, Hans has a great quotation about this, and I just want to read it to you. And he says, "We believe there's a moral imperative to ensure AI models not only account for blindness in blind people, but do so in a way that's consistent with our actual experiences, capabilities, and power. Our premise is simple. Our mission is to make the world more accessible for people who are blind or have low vision, and that has to include shaping the future of AI." Mm-hmm. And I like to read that quotation whenever I talk to audiences about this issue, because I don't think I could say it better. But it also talks about the moral imperative here, right? And taking actual lived experience and making that a part of the reality and the reflection. And by the way, the regurgitation, right, that these models do for us. And so anyway, I've always appreciated that comment by Hans.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So when we think about building better AI, I have 6 components on the slide here, and I'll kind of go over them. But one is this notion of having real data, right? And it's a huge component of making AI better. A second is that we really need to be consistent and forthright and aggressive about gathering preference data from blind evaluators of models regularly. And I give some credit to OpenAI here, because they allowed us to bring 19,000 beta testers to the initial launch of GPT-4. Google and Gemini are doing some work here with other companies. And so we really do need to make sure that we're listening and getting model makers to listen to us. So one is real data. 2 is making sure that we get preference data from blind users. The third is really providing some anti-ableism training, right, for the people who are involved in the development of these models on the engineering side, the computer vision side, all of the above. Fourth is implementing uncertainty labeling. That's that thing we were talking about a minute or two ago, where the model acknowledges that, hey, I can't really tell now, rather than giving a very confident false answer. So that labeling and that uncertainty acknowledgement is a huge component and something that's really that really requires a lot of improvement. The fifth is robustness of OCR, optical character recognition, right? Seeing AI has been a leader here. Many of the models do a pretty good job on OCR, but as we charge headlong into a future of wearables, near real-time data, lots more imperfect lighting, spacing conditions, we have to make sure that OCR functionality and AI performs well in a multitude of environments, right? And so that's going to require testing. I know, Corey, you talked with Joe Devon about some of the work they're doing on AI coding and making sure that the HTML is up to speed with respect to accessibility and assigning scores. We ought to be able to do the same thing on building scorecards for optical character recognition and uncertainty in all these models. And then the last thing, and this is something that we're going to ask model makers to invest in, and something we're going to invest in, is the number 6 point on this slide, which is lowering what we call prompt literacy, right? Knowing how to ask the AI what you need and using specific language and specific cues is going to be a part of this battle, right? For example, sometimes you don't need to hear about 72 items in the picture, including the pretty flowers over someone's shoulder. You just need what the menu says, right? Or what the instructions say, or what your airport gate is. And so helping the community understand how to prompt and ask questions to get specifically what you want from AI is a really important component. And by the way, like Be My Eyes operates in over 180 countries and over 180 languages. So this is not something where just, users in the US or UK and Europe need to be able to do this. This is training that has to happen globally so that a blind or low vision consumer in rural India can figure out to get the information she needs just as well as someone sitting in Chicago. And so these are the components of building AI, but arguably the most important here is getting a better data set into these models. I want to talk a little bit about, the slide just changed to talk about a little bit the partnership that we have between Be My Eyes and Microsoft that we announced at the end of 2024. And this is something where we went out to the community. We did a lot of listening to talk about how we could thoughtfully, meaningfully, transparently incorporate data into models. And so this collaboration with Microsoft is using Be My Eyes proprietary blind and low vision data sets to help better inform models. And it's part of something Jenny Lay-Fleury and Microsoft talked about a lot, about bridging the disability data desert, a lot of times is what Jenny calls it, and others scholars have called it. And making sure that this is done in a privacy-centric manner. And we have very strict limitations on how data can be used. And so there's no personal information in terms of the metadata, and nobody's allowed to market on this. But this was the first partnership of its kind to incorporate disability data deserts. And I really want to give a shout out to Microsoft for thoughtfully partnering with us on this. Be My Eyes will be partnering with more model trainers in the near future. Unfortunately, nothing to announce yet today, but we will have probably a number of announcements with other foundation model makers and others on using these data sets to address this very challenge. But I did want to give a public shout out to Microsoft. I know Sakib is at the conference too, and I'm a huge fan of his. So thanks to all the team at Microsoft for working with us, not only on doing this, but also highlighting the problem. I guess I just say I think we're kind of at a crossroads right now, and this is where I'll end up, is I think if we allow models to kind of go in the direction that they're going right now and training on mostly clean data or more clean data, I think we're going to have a problem. I think we're going to replicate the problems that we saw on internet accessibility, only they're going to be more acute for the members of our community. And so we've got to attack this, and we've got to take the path of more inclusive models. And I promise you, this is something that Be My Eyes is literally working on every day. We are making calls and emails and doing everything we can to persuade, cajole. We have not started threatening yet, but maybe we need to think about that. Because it's a societal level imperative. It's a moral imperative, as Hans says. And so I'm always happy to answer questions. Anybody can feel free to kind of email me at Be My Eyes. It's mike@bemyeyes.com. I sometimes get 200 emails when I do that, but I always commit to answer them all. And Cray, I know you probably have some questions. Again, thank you for having me here to talk about something I'm truly quite passionate about.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you laid out the problem and some of the steps that you're taking in a really clear manner. And I think our audience is following you really well. One thing I think that might help at this point is maybe to give an example. So I'll tell you more specifically. So Microsoft Copilot is looking at some data from Be My Eyes. What might that data set or that use case be, just to give us an example of how Copilot's learning?
So it might be kind of a video, literally, of someone asking about the expiration date on something. Or is this the correct airport gate, right? And the reason this data is powerful is because a lot of it has to do with a conversation between two humans that are being kind to each other to solve a problem, right? Is this airport gate A6? And then a volunteer or a trained agent or another human being says, oh, can you lift your camera up a little higher? Can you pan to the right, right? It's actually giving the information to the AI that says, I don't have the answer in front of me, and so I need to do some sort of action, either with my hand or something else. And that can make these systems better performing across the board. So that's kind of one example.
I think that's a really good example. So almost, if you will, framing the right object, right? Which is very, very difficult to do for a sighted person with a regular camera, but let alone, right? So I can understand that one. And then what about if an example whereby if the medicine bottle has an expiration, you said that AI can confidently falsely identify or falsely label. Are we looking, do you think, for the AI to be smart enough to say, I can't read this, please don't take it? Or do we want, because we don't want the wrong data, but what's the alternative to that, I think?
I think that's that training to be able to acknowledge uncertainty that we talked about, right? Okay. Like, first of all, we always say, like, never trust AI with like anything, life or death, medical information, allergens, things like that. It's not worth it, right? So connect with a Be My Eyes volunteer. If you have the means, call an IRA agent or another professional agent, call a family member, et cetera. And so I don't ever want anybody making kind of the true kind of safety decisions based on this data, based on these models where they are today. I think so. Two things. I think we want to get the models to a place where they acknowledge uncertainty. And then we also want to get them to a place where they're much less likely to be wrong. And thankfully, right, what we've seen over the last couple of years is hallucinations, which is AI industry parlance for like confident errors, have dropped a lot, yes. Right? The models are doing a lot less hallucinations, but they're still doing it, right? Which is why every AI session on Be My Eyes allows you the opportunity to roll over to a human volunteer if you ever want to verify anything. And so I think that's the short-term solution. And then the midterm solution is better uncertainty labeling and then better models.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think there can be dialogue that can get more specific as well, right? And I think we see that with the telephone models, right? So there's a bit of AI when you're doing your phone call to your bank. And I didn't understand that, right? And so then, please reestablish your numbers or right, try again. So there's like phrases that we know, and I guess that would probably bubble up as well with AI.
Yeah, and for sure. And like you raised a pet peeve of mine, by the way, so I'm going to talk about it. But like most AI systems won't let you read like the numbers on your credit card, right? And things like that. And I understand why, right? And it's really important, but like that's something that needs to be addressed.
Right.
And not everybody has the means or the global scale to call a professional agent or even a volunteer, right? You know, not everybody is on Be My Eyes or Airo or Seeing AI or whatever it is, you know, and so we have to figure out how to put this power and make these models better in those types of situations.
So let me pivot for a minute, because I love the path that we're on, but now I can hear the naysayers a little bit, and I want to make sure they get heard, which is, oh my God, you've got all this data. How are you protecting the privacy of the data and the confidentiality of someone who might have shown their medicine and their name or something like that? I know you all are thinking about it. I just want to give you a chance to talk that through.
Such a good question. And obviously we and Microsoft were very like hyper concerned about that issue. Like the first thing is we strip anything personal from the metadata, right? So that gets taken out. The second is we have pretty sophisticated software that can identify the things you're talking about. So if there is a medication label, right, we won't include that for now until, you know, there's a better way to do that. We can work on better lighting conditions and better OCR, which will improve the medical reading. But so we strip out personal information from the metadata. We screen anything that we share for anything personal, everything from like license plates and names and addresses and medical information. All of that is pulled out, right? So that's not a part of the training. The other thing that we did is, as part of our Microsoft announcement, we announced principles, right? One is on transparency and disclosure, meaning we're not only going to tell you what's going on and when we're doing this, we're also going to name names on our partners, right? In terms of who we're working with. The second is stripping out the metadata. The third, and this is really important, is we prohibit any partners of ours from using the data in any way that's unrelated to training. So there's no like weird marketing crap, right? Or anything that goes on, and there's no sharing the data with external third parties or anything like that. So there are really quite strict limitations. The fourth is that the blind members of the Be My Eyes board of directors have veto power over any decision that we make here or any kind of partnership that we want to do. And I think we also announced enhanced kind of protections for the people using our service, which are things like opt-outs, which we never had before. So anybody that wants can opt out, but we also made a commitment that we wouldn't share Be My AI results either.
Okay.
So we want Be My AI to kind of it's all about how you want to use it.
Okay. Okay. So it's mainly the human to human conversations that you're pulling.
Right. And this is where the market's going, right? Like you interacting probably with an AI system using your voice. And that's kind of what we have to get better on, that as well as the visual descriptions of all sorts of stuff.
Great. Okay. Any other compliance issues that you're working through that you want to tell the audience about so that the anxiety continues to go down about using AI?
You know, well, I don't think I want anxiety to be huge on using AI, but I do think you should be an informed consumer and have a dose of skepticism, right? And a bit of self-protective instincts, right? I think it's a beautiful thing. Like if you're at a restaurant and you get all the menu choices, that's really cool, right? Are you always going to trust it to identify an allergen? I think I would pretty much double check with the waiter, right? Or the server on some capacity on that. And so I think we want a slightly skeptical consumer, but I think that the power and the transformative ability for independence and power, right? And power for the blind or low vision consumer. I think it's important to experiment with and use these tools in ways that work for you in your environment.
Yeah, trust but verify when it's meaningful. Yeah, I like that. And then we're getting close to the end of our session today. And so we've been talking, and your passion is palpable about what is needed. And when you're talking about it, you're saying it in a way that you're worried that it might not happen. right? And you're at that level of energy and that level of convincing, right? I love that. But if you lift your chin from that for a minute and look out over the horizon, I think we're very optimistic at Vista Center, and by listening to all the other speakers from the conference, we've got about 50 speakers this year. Are you optimistic, or I'm kind of evading the question a bit, and I'm not trying to, but what is your view of how AI will benefit the community in the future?
I'd call it optimistic. I would say occasionally it's cautious optimism, but here's the reason I'm optimistic is there's a tremendous economic incentive to do this for these model makers, right? I mean, if you think about the internet, I think most companies that screwed this up, and by the way, we all did, including companies that I worked at at the time, right? I don't think we saw initially where the economic problem was with an inaccessible website. Right? We didn't feel it. And that may be because disability numbers weren't big enough. It may be because of the sobering economic stats related to the blind and low vision community, about 70% of people being underemployed or unemployed. It may be a host of those things, but there's the war, the crazy race that's occurring right now on AI. Once these model makers see that blind and low vision data can improve the model for everybody, that's pretty cool. So do I think that some of these people are doing it out of the goodness of their heart and for moral? Yes, right? The work and the headaches that we caused up with Meta, working with them on the glasses and doing 6 months of engineering work together, it's caused Meta wanted these things to be accessible, right? Same thing with our work with Microsoft. Same thing with the beta testers in OpenAI. But longer term, the longer tail of model makers and AI generally, if you want your model to be awesome and solve more of humanity's needs, this data can help you do that.
Well, it can become a differentiator in the next couple of years, and then it becomes a must-have. And that's when we know our mission, you and I, and the leaders, the accessibility leaders have really accomplished it, is when it's ubiquitous, right? And we all benefit from it. And, the curve model is proven once again.
You're hired on our sales team, right? Look, FOMO, I hope we can get some FOMO going.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. For sure. Because look, companies aren't bad people, but companies do act out of their economic interests. That's just reality. Right. And so we need to make our argument part of their economic interests. And I think we're on the verge of successfully doing that. Now we just got to do more, faster, better.
Yeah, exactly. Always. Well, and SiteTech Global is one of the pillars that we have at Vista Center to kind of keep holding that up, and we appreciate that you've got a couple of pillars in your court as well. So we love so much this session. We love your passion. Be My Eyes is a terrific company, and we were so excited to honor hands. And have you all participate. And so we're finishing up with this session. Thank you, Mike Buckley, CEO of Be My Eyes. And we appreciate so much everything that your company is doing for the blind and low vision community.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for all the work that you do every day in this world.
Thank you.
Spotlight, EchoVision, redefining independence through AI and inclusive design. Xiaoran Wang, CEO of Agiga, and Kevin Chow, Chief Visionary and Evangelist with Agiga.
Okay, we're very happy to be here at SiteTech Global. My name is Xiaoran. I am the CEO of Agiga. We also have Kevin Chow, who's the Chief Visionary and Evangelist at Agiga. So today we're going to talk about AI, wearable, and community-driven innovation. And of course, we are going to talk about EchoVision, the smart glasses made with, by, and for the blind and low vision community. To start, let me do a little bit introduction of myself. Before starting Agiga last year, I have over a decade experience doing smart devices. The most famous one, lots of you may have already heard, I have one at home, is Amazon Alexa. I was in the founding team of Alexa and saw how it was conceived and also how it was becoming a real product. I also worked on lots of other innovations in fashion, in logistics, in home security, and all this experience helped me and prepare me to building EchoVision for you. Lots of people ask, why do you do this? Why do you want to build a product for the blind and low vision people? I want to share the reason. My grandma is really close to me. I grew up with my grandma. And as she gets old, she starts losing her vision. One of her fun parts of life used to be looking at the pictures of her grandchildren. But as her vision gets blurred, it's really hard for her to do that anymore. And she didn't quite watch TV either. That was really painful experience for me to see how she suffered this and gradually lost the fun of her life. And that's why I started looking at the assistive tech market to see if there's any product I can buy to help her easily see all this through audio. Unfortunately, the technology has been so advanced I cannot see anything that do this very well. At the time, I look at Orcam, I look at Envision, I look at other products, and they do not do the things I wish to be. However, the price of those products are super high, thousands of dollars, which is really a surprise for me as I came from the consumer electronics industry and I got used to a smart device like Alexa to be $25. And that made me think, okay, this is the thing I want to change. That's why I started working on EchoVision when I doing my own startup. And I'm not blind and I may not know everything you know. And that's why I work with the community since the very beginning. A company was incorporated in April, and even at that time, we started working with the blind and low vision community. Even before I founded the company, I volunteered at Vista Center to help people, blind people, check mails and other stuff, other help needed at home. And since I started working on this, we talked to hundreds of blind low vision people. I went to their homes and I met them at exhibits and other occasions so that I gradually know more about you. And also, we have Kevin who joined us. Kevin, do you want to talk about yourself?
Yeah, my name is Kevin Cho. I'm the Chief Visionary and Evangelist at Agiga. Thank you, Sharon. I joined, first found out about Agiga EchoVision and about a little over a year ago at the Vista Center Entrepreneurial Pitch Competition. And so my background and kind of experience is I've been blind since the age of 14 because of an eye condition called LHON, Leber's Hereditary Optic Neuropathy. And I've basically dedicated my career towards tech accessibility, inclusion, and specifically people with disabilities with a primary focus on blindness kind of tech accessibility. Started off with a technology with Sendero Group, the first ever Braille and Talking GPS, to higher education with San Francisco State University and Georgia Institute of Technology. And then later in the finance role with JPMorgan Chase and US Bank, and then technology with Google and Apple. And all along has been a focus on like tech accessibility. And I've always been like a power user, trailblazer, pioneer in either testing or kind of buying or kind of having some experience with a lot of either screen readers, braille displays, canes, and been riding the trend of these different wearables, AI, and kind of glasses space, and different, whether it be different wearables and glasses, even things that were announced here at the through Vista Center and SiteTech Global, like Celeste, and then other things like Envision, Meta Ray-Bans, Orcam. I've either owned them or had direct experience and impressions of them myself. And yeah, I was really excited and happy to have met Sharon and Agiga and try out the Echovision a little over a year ago, and was really impressed with the integration with, at that time already, with both Aira and Be My Eyes, the human agents, as well as their approach of having button presses with the top right button being like the AI button where you can describe the scene and have discrete and meaningful access to information. So I found through a series of trying it out in the exhibit hall, and then later requesting a private demo, and then having a couple other casual informal meetings and giving them some ideas and kind of feedback around what I would like to see and expect in AI smart glasses, and how receptive and how excited and passionate they were at just kind of action result, and going from concept ideas to implementing and getting the user experience, and then later sending me to like CSUN and the Tech Fair as part of SAC Society for the Blind, and then later officially joined Agiga. But yeah, it's been and the whole mission of Agiga is to empower every life through a product called Echovision that's helpful, useful, and affordable, and really have found them to Agiga to really live up to that mission and purpose and really make for a meaningful, impactful product. And excited to tell you more about that, and pass it back to you, Sharon.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. So actually, Kevin is the first paid customer of Echovision, and he joined us as he was so impressed with the product and also so impressed by how fast, how quickly we can iterate on the product. So now let's really take a deeper look of the product. Kevin, do you want to do introduction of Echovision?
Yeah, so Echovision, I'll go ahead and just hold in my hand and actually kind of physically describe it for anyone who hasn't had a chance to put their hands on it. Kind of
Maybe you also want to hold it up a little higher so that people who can see could see it.
Yeah, so I'm holding it up. Still have the charger connected. So in the back right of the arm, there's the USB-C port, so you can charge it that way. You can also put in the case to charge it. But holding the glasses, it facing me, the top part's flat, the bottom it's kind of and the sides are a bit rounded and kind of feel more or less like regular sunglasses. The top left corner as it's facing me is the where the camera is. It's a 13 megapixel ultra wide camera. It has 54% more field of view than other smart glasses people may be familiar with. And it's positioned in landscape because it's intended to use AI and human agents to describe the visual world and convert that into audio. And then top right corner is the LED indicator to let the visual or sighted world know you're recording or have a camera actively engaged. I'll go ahead and open it up as if I'm going to wear it, but not going to place it on yet until we do the demos. And then, so if I have the arms of the glasses opened, in the top right edge, about a quarter of an inch away from the hinge, there's a rectangular button. We call that the AI button. That's where most of the magic happens. And then on the top left, similar kind of mirrored position on the top left is the power and camera control. And then in each of the arm of the glasses, there are speakers. So stereo sound, there's multiple microphones on board. It has an entire system on chip. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, processors, storage, and RAM. And so as I mentioned, most of the magic happens with the top right AI button through a series of either button presses, or kind of long holding, you can get discrete access to information. And then also on the left side, the temple of the glasses, there's a touchpad sensor, and we've made it tactily discernible. So there's a horizontal line that you can actually feel, and that's intended to give you access to additional things as far as either muting or unmuting the microphone, capturing the current scene if you're in live AI. So a quick walkthrough of what the buttons do and the type of, at a high level, what EchoVision does is converts the visual information to audio and describes it. And with the top right AI button, we have a few different modes. So a single button press will go into a scene description, or you can also voice prompt it and ask it for specific information you're interested in, or which includes transit information. You can say navigate to a specific point of interest or address. You can also connect with human agents, both professional trained ones like Ira or Be My Eyes, the volunteer one, or you can ask it for specific things as far as what am I holding, or and also then if you do a long press.
Before that, let me interrupt a little bit. I think this one press thing is really loved by lots of people, as if you are in front of people or if you are in a quiet environment, you do not have to talk. You just simply press this button once and things are done. It will automatically describe what's in front of you in detail. And you do not have to ask any question, because we know this is a high frequency use case for the blind low vision community. So we build this into a physical button. We build this request into a physical button. Of course, if you want to, you could ask questions, but if you just press it and without asking a question, it will actually describe the scene for you.
Yeah, the scene description is really robust in terms of it will describe indoor, outdoor, whatever the environment looks like, including if there's a person that's prominent, it will describe what they visually look like in full detail, similar to what a sighted person may perceive from their height, width, color of their skin, hair, eyes, their race, ethnicity, like approximate age, and so forth. And also, if it's a familiar face that you've added, it can also do facial recognition, identify that by like name and title. And then if there's text like prominent, you can also, it will read that text. So you kind of single button press, you get access to all the information without having to talk to the glasses. And so then if you do a double press the AI button twice, it will go into what we call live AI, which I kind of describe as close to real-time audio description as possible. So you can freely explore, interact with your environment, and have live AI kind of give you a play-by-play audio description of whatever it sees. And then you can also follow up with specific things that you're interested in. And some of those kind of possible commands are like, tell me what store this is, or tell me what street sign you see, or help me find a trash can, find a exit door, find an empty chair, tell me about overhanging branches. So things are pretty, no need to kind of try to find out that information by asking people who are kind of not having immediate access to information. And then 3 times press of the AI button will go into text reading or like book reading mode, where you can hold a physical book or some sort of text or flyer in front of the glasses camera, and it will read it. And so we've had a number of people at different conferences and places where we demoed. I've been able to show them the glasses, hand them a book, and ask them when's the last time they've done this. And most the reaction is first time. doing this and never had the opportunity to do this before. And we've had everyone from either kids to like a 93-year-old veteran.
Hey, Kevin, maybe we can take this chance to play this demo and testimonial video. So in this video, we invited 4 blind people to a house, and we hand them EchoVision glasses and let them to try out and give their authentic feedback. So everything in this video is totally unscripted, and it will show you what we have been experiencing in the past few months, how people love this product and how they think this is helping them. Okay, let's take a look at the video.
With the press of a button, George gets his first scene description.
On the left, a man with dark hair and a beard is holding a camera, wearing a black t-shirt and dark pants. In the center, there is a woman wearing a patterned blouse and dark pants.
That's a good description.
Most tech hasn't been built for us, and even when it has, I haven't felt fully understood.
Is the microwave built in or is it on the counter? Describe this room. What type of video camera? And I know you guys keep calling it a prototype, but I've used production glasses that have more hiccups than this.
A man with short, straight black hair, eyes that seem focused.
You get a lot of dates this way? Everything I needed to know to make a decision, and that's what's empowering. It gives you back the power to make decisions for your life.
Let's try the book reading mode.
A warranty in which one Robert Mayers sold 35 acres to Philip. Next page.
I was able to read a full page, turn a page, read another page. That's good. I haven't thought about physically reading a book in many years, so this opens a new door to something I've given up on.
To look around the park.
Can you identify any landmark you see? Can you tell me about the plants and trees? Can you describe what tree I'm looking at? I was really surprised at how much area I could get information about just instantaneously. Really, just lovely to just be able to look around and see the expanse of the world around me, see how big things are. I think I've forgotten a lot of that.
And when your hands are full, EchoVision is hands-free with voice activation, even with remote visual interpretive services like Aira and Be My Eyes.
Sometimes you want to walk with your cane and your coffee. I can now do that.
I want you to compare the EchoVision glasses to your escort, Gary.
Well, all I have to do with the EchoVision is push one button and it responds.
He doesn't have any buttons.
He has buttons, but it takes a lot more to push them.
Agiga, empower every life. www.agiga.ai, founded in 2024, Silicon Valley.
Okay. Hope you enjoy the video. Sorry for the cutoff, Kevin. I'll let you finish.
And then the other kind of thing, if you're not wanting to use like AI or you find that you need to connect with a human, we have the option of connecting with a professional trained agent like Aira or a volunteer, Be My Eyes. So with a voice command, you're able to connect with either one. And I'll go ahead and put the glasses on for demo. So going to raise the microphone that I'm using on the headset closer towards the glasses so you're able to hear it. So if I do a single button press, it will do a scene description.
The scene shows a desk setup with a laptop displaying a Zoom video call featuring a woman wearing glasses and a dark top. To the left of the laptop, there is a lit lamp with a glass cover, a green decorative figurine, and a white device labeled EE. Behind the laptop, there is a white vase with green leafy branches. On the right side of the desk, there is a large white insulated bottle with a black lid.
So there was a detailed scene description, and I'll go ahead and held down the button to stop it. And now what I'll show next is the live AI. So I'm going to do a double press to show the live AI.
Connecting to live AI. Please hold on.
Live
AI ready. What can I do for you?
Describe what you see.
You are looking at a sliding glass door at 12 o'clock, with an outdoor area visible through it. To the right, at 3 o'clock, is a mirrored closet door, and a person is visible sitting at a desk through the reflection. On a surface at 9 o'clock, there are several bottles.
Okay, so that was a scene the script, live AI, and I'll go ahead and now go into text reading mode. So I've got a book here.
Move about 1 inch up. Stay still for a moment. Got it. You can lower the page. This appears to be a book page. The larvae eat pollen. The queen brings more. The larvae grow, wriggling and chewing. End of page. Press the AI button once to read the next page.
So I'm gonna flip the page and read the next page real quick.
It's a children's book, so there's not many text in the page. That's why it's so quick.
Move about 1 inch up. Stay still. Got it. You can lower the page. This appears to be a book page. Left page. Then, one spring day, the larvae spin cocoons. The larvae spin cocoons 10 to 14 days after hatching. The outer layers are still hard and mellow, so the larvae no longer need the wax covering of the pollen for protection. The queen gets rid of this wax. Right page. But the queen bee keeps working. She collects nectar. She gathers pollen. She lays more eggs. In between her other duties, the queen snuggles up to the new eggs. Heat from her body goes through a bare patch on her abdomen to warm the eggs. End of page. Press the AI button once to read the next.
Thank you, Kevin, for showing the demo. You can come to our YouTube channel, or you can come to our Facebook page to watch more of the demos, more discussion from the users. And we also have been running beta program with tons of people, and lots of them really love EchoVision. And now let's hear about what they say about it. So let's play the testimonial from Terry.
This is Terry. I apologize for the background noise. I'm waiting on a ride, but I have really gotten a lot from these classes. I'm retired and my time is my own. I was sitting in my backyard wondering if my neighbor was home, and I looked toward their backyard where their carport is, and the car was not under the carport. I could not have known that. I was waiting for a ride on another day on my front porch, which is pretty far from the street, and I asked the glasses if they saw a car in front of my house. They did. It was my ride. This morning, I was using the live AI mode, waiting in a doctor's office, and it was phenomenal. I saw this whole procession of events that I would never have known about. People walking up. It identified where the receptionist counter and window was, and I saw people walking up to that window. I saw people walking down corridors toward me. I saw people writing, filling in their forms. The level of detail was phenomenal. And I've gotten so much. It connects really easily to personal hotspot on an iPhone. I would assume it would on another device, but for sure on the iPhone, it's just seamless. And I have just gotten so much joy and information from these classes. If there's a chance later, I will say more, but that kind of sums up how pleasant and how much these classes have contributed to my life as my beta tester.
Yeah, very impressive. It's really fulfilling for us when we hear people say this, and we really want to use this device to help you. And there's another testimonial from Mike. Let's hear about what he said about it.
Hi, my name is Mike Forzano. I am from New York City, and I'm also totally blind. I've been using the EchoVision glasses for the last several weeks and have used them a lot for travel, and they've been really great. So I wanted to share one cool story that I have. A couple of weeks ago, I decided to go check out a jazz festival that was happening in a park in a neighborhood I had never been to in New York City. And, I put on the glasses, and as I was walking down the street with the live AI going, it was actually reading all of the signage that I was passing. And, keep in mind, I was looking forward, I was looking straight ahead, but the EchoVision glasses have this wide angle camera, and it was able to read all these signs without me even turning my head in that direction. When I arrived there, I sort of walked down this path, into the park, and I heard the music playing, and, it was loud, so I wasn't sure how far I was from the stage, where people were sitting, that sort of thing. So, I asked it to sort of describe the scene, and based on its response, I said, are people sitting, it said people were sitting on the grass. I said, are people sitting on the side closer to the stage? And it said, yes, there's people sitting closer to the stage. So, I therefore decided to sit down on that side of the grass. And I feel like without that information, sure, I could have found someone to ask, but, it would have taken longer. This sort of allowed me to get the information quickly, get an idea of what was going on in, sort of a very loud, not chaotic exactly, but a situation where, as somebody who's totally blind and also hard of hearing, I didn't totally know what was going on and what I should do. So that was really amazing. I also wanted to quickly comment on the single tap to, sort of take a picture and get a description of the scene, the current scene. It's not the live AI. It's sort of a snapshot. And the level of detail that you get out of that, I've used all the tools out there, all the AI apps, Be My Eyes, Seeing AI, so on and so forth. The level of detail that you get with this is really unmatched. Describing facial expressions, how the person looks. I was just really amazed by that. And I was trying it this morning. I was trying it to look at a picture on the wall that I wasn't sure what the picture was, and it described all the people in the picture and, their facial expressions, the mood of the photo, and so on and so forth. It's really cool. So overall, I really enjoyed testing these glasses, giving the team feedback, and they just have so much potential, and really encourage everyone to get excited about it because they're really a step forward for us.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for the invitation, SciTech Global. It was great to be here. I hope you get enough about EchoVision, and I'm sure you want to know more. Please join us, and you can subscribe to our newsletter on echovision.agiga.ai. And also, as said, you can follow us on Facebook through EchoVision User Group or Google Group. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much,
That's it.
SciTech Global. Appreciate the platform and the audience, and join the excited and passionate group of EchoVision community, the first AI smart glasses by, with, and for blind people, and the Giga's mission to empower every life.
Spotlight, cooking up independence, Brava's accessible smart oven. Speakers, Travis Ray, VP of Sales and Marketing with Brava, Zach Selman, Product Manager with Brava, and Sam Seavey, Content Creator for The Blind Life.
Hello, my name is Travis Ray, and I am the Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Brava. I want to thank the Vista Center for inviting us here today to showcase some of the most exciting advancements in assistive cooking technology that have come about in years. Before we begin, I'd like to share a little bit about my background. I actually started my career over 20 years ago in cooking and fine dining. And then I transferred over to doing a number of different projects, from Williams-Sonoma to a few other different companies doing food product development. So my whole career has been spent around helping people cook, and specifically to help them cook at home. And I joined Brava back in 2017, back when we were building the product. Brava at the core is a smart oven that has some very unique technology behind it that allows it to do things that other ovens can't do. And so we set out on this mission back in 2017 to help people cook at home with more ease and more convenience than ever before. And it turned out that a lot of the things that we had built into the oven from the very beginning turned out to have an elevated level of importance for people with disabilities. And so we've spent the last couple of years making Brava more accessible for people with disabilities. And specifically, recently, we made it accessible for people that are blind and visually impaired. So I'd like to introduce our speakers for the spotlight session today. We have Zach Selman from Brava, who's the head of product. And we also have Sam Seavey from The Blind Life. And they're going to take you through what Brava is, how it works, and then really dive into some of the assistive technology features that we've developed. Zach, you want to take it away?
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Travis. And thank you, Sam, for being here. So quickly, I just want to kind of go through what Brava is. So Brava is a smart oven. So it's a countertop oven. It's kind of about the size of a toaster oven. A lot of people say it looks like a desktop printer. But what's cool about it is that it's really an automated cooking solution. So it kind of cooks for you. We say it's kind of what Waymo or self-driving cars have done, but for the kitchen. The way that it works is really interesting. Most ovens, you're using heating elements to kind of charge the entire chamber with a fixed, consistent temperature range. Brava actually cooks with these very special lamps. So it cooks with light. And there's 3 lamps that are go along the bottom of it and 3 lamps along the top. And they have these special reflectors that focus all of the energy instead of going into the entire chamber. It focuses the energy like a spotlight or kind of like a magnifying glass. So it's all getting focused directly into the food. And from a cooking standpoint, the benefit that gets us is, one, it gets us a safer access to a lot more cooking power. Traditional ovens usually top out around 500 degrees, and we can cook at about 900 degrees. So things you can't normally cook in an oven, like getting a hard sear on a steak, things you normally do on a stovetop or a grill, we have that level of power. It reaches that level of power in just under a second, so there's no preheating time. And also because we're not heating the whole chamber, when we cut the lamps, it stops cooking, so you don't have to rush to get the food out. The last kind of cool thing about it is that because we have the 3 lamps on top and bottom, they create these 3 independent cooking zones. So what you see in this here is we've got these special trays that go into the oven and correspond to the 3 lamps. And we can cook in those 3 zones independently. So you can put chicken breasts in the middle zone, you can put potatoes in the top zone and broccoli in the bottom zone. And the lamps will coordinate so that they pulse and cook each zone independently, coordinated so that it all comes out at the same time. So it'll start by hitting the top of the chicken really hard to sear it, and then the bottom, and then it'll back off while it's resting to temp. It'll start roasting the potatoes. And that is all driven by software. So we've got 9,000 recipes that Travis and our chef team have built out. It handles all of the cooking and sets it up perfectly for you. Some cool cooking benefits of it is that in addition to the no preheat, it cooks really fast. Because we can pulse the lamps, we can keep very fine control over the surface temperature to get just the right amount of roasting without overcooking it. And that lets us cook really fast. And to give you kind of just a rough sense of what the cooking experience is like with those 9,000 recipes, basically you'll search and find what you want to cook. Say you want to make a filet mignon, it'll ask you what size the steak is, if you like it medium rare or medium well, and based on the selections that you make, it walks you through how you assemble it onto our tray, and then you press a button, it cooks it for you, you get a notification when it's done. So kind of how we got here, as Travis mentioned, we started off just trying to make cooking faster, easier for everyone. And then a handful of years later, we started hearing from folks. Kind of originally, we started hearing from a bunch of folks aging in place. We hadn't anticipated the older demographic being super interested in this kind of really high-tech cooking method. But we started, some of our most vocal proponents were kind of older folks and folks trying to age in place. And then a few years ago, we started hearing we started selling a bunch of ovens to an agency out of Massachusetts. And traditionally we've been only direct to consumer. We weren't selling a lot of B2B. And so we reached out, we're like, what's going on here? It turns out that they were an agency helping folks with various developmental disabilities to live independently. And they kind of opened our eyes to the fact that a lot of these features that are great for everybody are more important for people that kind of have some challenges, right? So the fact that it's safe to touch on the outside, that everything's guided, that it can automatically shut off, that for people that have a harder time in the kitchen, it can kind of really improve some of those experiences for them. And because it's driven by software, we can update it and tweak it, make it better. So we started leaning in, trying to learn, all the stuff that we didn't know. And we started going to various kind of conferences and trying to talk to people. And a couple years ago, we went to our first ATIA. And while presenting there, that's where we started hearing that the touchscreen, which is how you traditionally control the oven, was the least accessible part of the oven experience. At that ATIA, I can't remember if that's where I first met you, Sam, but that's where I first saw a screen reader and how that worked. And so we met folks like Sam. We talked to people, kind of explained how that would work, and kind of started trying to get a wish list of what we could build out. And then we spent basically an entire year. We had to rebuild our entire back end so that you could control everything about the oven using the app. And then once we had that set up, then we started working with folks like Sam and with the Lighthouse in San Francisco to rework our app so that it works cleanly with screen readers, with VoiceOver and TalkBack. And we launched that. When was that, Travis? Right at the very end of last year. Yeah, it's been cool. We got one to Sam as quick as possible, and Sam was great. He pointed out a bunch of problems with it right away.
Let's introduce Sam so that the audience knows sort of how we got together and what Sam does.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Well, first of all, thanks guys for having me. I truly appreciate it. I'm excited to see you guys again. Like you said, I keep seeing you at conferences all the time, which I really appreciate. But I'm excited to talk about Brava. So anybody out there doesn't know who I am, I'm an assistive technology specialist. And for the last 13 years, which is kind of crazy to think about, I've had a YouTube channel called The Blind Life, where I review accessible products and adaptive equipment, accessible software, all of that, basically everything having to do with low vision. And that attending all these conferences is, like Zach said, that's the first time I ran across you guys, and I was impressed right away. Not only we're going to talk about the device itself, but I was impressed right at the beginning of your dedication to making your product accessible for us. A lot of companies, they want to make things accessible, and they kind of go just far enough to check the box. All right, we did it. But you guys have really gone above and beyond, and I truly appreciate that. And I thank you from our community. I just want to make sure to let you guys know that I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. We try. I mean, it's hard, right? Because there's still so many things that I want to make better, right? And there's so many things that I know are still not there yet. And that's where working with folks like you and hearing from the community is so helpful, right? Because there's so many things you don't know until somebody points them out, right? And that kind of collaboration has been so important for us to try to keep making things better.
What were some of the biggest challenges that you had in the development of the screen reader software?
So, I mean, I think there's the first and foremost, right? And the problem that I run into when I first tried to learn, right? There's a lot of resources out there for traditional user experience design and trying to simplify things. There's less of that for screen reader support, and a lot of things is just around getting bare bones, like, is the content there, and not about streamlining workflows. For something like this oven, we want people cooking with it multiple times a day. And so I don't, you want to reduce the number of interactions and clicks so that the time to open the app and cook your egg for breakfast isn't overwhelming. But at the same time, it just like any UI, it needs to be easily understandable for people their first time, as well as for people that are doing it for the 100th time. And there's not as many resources or kind of best practices out there as there should be. I don't know if you have things to add to that, Sam, but that was kind of my experience, especially starting off, and it was invaluable being able to talk to people that have those experiences and kind of have run through those problems themselves.
Yeah, no, I can't imagine how difficult it was. As you said, coming from a place of not knowing anything about screen readers, barely knowing anything about our community to begin with, having to kind of jump feet first and dive all in and figure it all out as quickly as you can. And you guys did a great job. Even when I first got my hands on it, and as you said, I noticed a couple things within the app that didn't work right. There were a couple of issues with how the app rendered certain things due to some of the accessibility settings I had turned on. And I gave you guys that feedback and you addressed it very, very quickly. So all in all, I think you did a phenomenal job. And I easily can say that this is by far my most favorite product that I've reviewed this year, 2025, hands down. And I use it all the time. My wife, my family, and I, we love it. It's been fantastic.
Wow,
Can
man,
you
that's
describe,
awesome
Sam,
to
maybe
hear.
what is it about the Brava? I mean, aside from the screen reader experience, are there other advantages to using it compared to some of the other sort of existing cooking technologies that were out there? Because obviously for the past 13 years since you started your channel, you've been cooking. So what can you describe a little bit about the difference between what it was like before and what it's like now?
Sure. Yeah. And I should also mention that I spent about 15 years working in restaurants. I was a prep chef. So I've got a pretty extensive history of cooking as well. Calling myself a chef, I think, is a bit of a stretch, but you know, so I love cooking. I love baking. I love all of that. And that's one thing I really enjoy about the Brava is, setting aside the accessibility, I'm going to talk about that, but just as a product you use in the kitchen, it really takes the guesswork out of cooking. I mean, it's so easy to use, and the results, you get fantastic results every single time, and the results are repeatable. You know, if I go to make a roast some veggies, for example, traditionally in my oven, you know, it might turn out great the first time, and then the second time, well, maybe I undercooked them a little bit, or maybe I overcooked them, or I didn't season them, you know, the best. But Brava really, because it's very plug and play, it's like I'm following a recipe. I push the button, the machine does everything for me. It knows when to stop cooking. It knows the right temperature for it. So I don't have to deal with any of that. And the speed, you know, it might take me 40 minutes or so to roast veggies traditionally in the oven with the preheat time and everything. And with Brava, it's like 19 minutes and I'm eating my veggies. It's fantastic. But then, you know, throwing in the accessibility to where I can do all of that independently by myself, and I don't have to go get one of my sighted supporters to help me. It's really been a great addition to our kitchen.
Zach, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the safety features that we had built in from the beginning that sort of got us down on this path with that agency in Massachusetts and some of the things that they were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, so from a safety standpoint, I think one is just like if you have a normal toaster oven, if you're cooking at 400, 450, 500 degrees, those are going to get really hot on the outside. And so that was one of the things that we were originally thinking about, you know, for little kids cooking with it and things like that, that we really wanted to make it so that it remains safe to touch on the outside. And because the energy is so focused, it's something that we can do. It'll get warm, but it's never going to burn you. And I think that is a really important one. That, and then the automatic shut off is great. That's one of my favorite features personally, just because you're making dinner at night and then my kids start fighting in the back room, and I've burned things plenty of times. And so being able to rely on that, know that it's going to shut off automatically. Same with the no preheat. There's just some of these little things that until you have it, you don't realize how much additional kind of friction some of those things have in the cooking process. And for me personally, Sam mentioned roasting veggies. Like, that's what I do a lot more than before I had it, right? It's easy to just throw a tray of broccoli in there, and I'm just really, it's one of my favorite kind of features about the Brava, and the combination of the safety and the easy use and the speed. It's just enough of those, it kind of takes a little bit of the edge off of those and makes it more likely that I'm going to do it.
There's other products already that auto shut off, like a microwave, and there's even some ovens that auto shut off. But why is it that Brava's auto shut off is unique relative to a traditional oven and more useful?
Well, if you think about you mentioned the microwave and the oven. In a microwave, when it shuts off, the microwave doesn't stay hot, so you don't have to get the food out right away. Whereas in an oven, even if it shuts off, the oven stays hot for a while. If you don't get your food out, it's going to dry out or keep cooking. Brava's kind of in between the two. So like the microwave, it's not going to keep cooking or dry out your food. But in a microwave, you're kind of steaming your food from the inside out. So you're never going to get kind of that roasted caramelization, whereas Brava's using actual infrared heat. So you're going to get that kind of quality, but with the kind of speed and convenience factor that you might get from a microwave.
Oh, do you guys want to talk about, Brava today is nearly fully accessible for people that are blind and visually impaired, but there's one caveat to that. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I mean, there's a handful of things, and what's been great, Sam mentioned when we first started getting his feedback, he was really helpful. There were things like, okay, we focused on trying to get the screen reader support working, but then there's some conflicts between some of the magnification and some of the screen reader support. So work through some of that. Then some of the other things that we run into are some of the diagnostic features that are available on the oven for troubleshooting Wi-Fi issues. There's a lot of kind of inside baseball things, and we're kind of constantly working through improving those. The big one right now that we're working on is that it does require sighted assistance for initial setup, because we didn't plan for this originally, and this kills me, but right now, to do the initial connecting the oven up to Wi-Fi and getting it logged in so that your phone can control it, that all happens on the touch screen on the oven. I don't have a solution for that. We're working on that actively right now. We're playing with some new things. That gets into a whole different set of learning experiences, learning how to control Bluetooth settings and Wi-Fi settings and all that kind of stuff in an accessible way. But we're working through all of that right now. As we've gotten more and more users over the past year, we're kind of constantly trying to fix little edge cases and things like that. So, for example, things like how the sound effects behave in relation to controls from the oven, when the button presses happen relative to some of the sound effects. So basically, the big thing is communication and collaboration, right? We're trying to make it easy for our community to submit feature requests and point out bugs and, complain about things or tell us what they like. Because the more feedback and the more we understand different use cases, the more we can kind of tweak things. It's really helpful the more we hear from folks. I can kind of talk about some of the fun things that we're working on too. This isn't out yet, and I don't know when it's going to be out, but we've got it in beta right now, leveraging some of the new AI tools that are out there, so that, like, right now it works with a screen reader, but we're building out chat support so that you can actually have a conversation with it, and talk through, hey, I'm looking to cook some steak. You suggest some recipes, and then it'll just guide you through that way, so that you can have a truly hands-free experience. And I think that can be really fun. And that's actually something that was cool that we heard from one of our users, where she had just naturally gone straight to ChatGPT to ask some questions, right? And so we're working to get that built into the app, that I think will be really exciting. I don't know, Sam, do you have any thoughts or questions or suggestions that we should be adding or updating?
No, like I said, I use it all the time, and it's just a seamless experience thus far. And for anybody that's watching this Site Tech Global and they're curious about what the accessibility is, I'll just kind of give a real brief overview. So through the app, and this is one thing also that I commend you guys on, because generally in the blind and visually impaired community, we focus on basically 3 categories of accessibility. You've got visual enhancements, auditory enhancements, and tactile enhancements. So you guys are utilizing some of all 3 with the Brava, which I absolutely love. So you've got the screen reader support through the app, and through the app, you can do just about everything with the oven, as far as cooking and searching recipes and creating your own custom recipes or custom cooks, as you guys say. And that's great. But for low vision users, the app is very high contrast, especially if you have some of your visual enhancements turned on your phone. Then it's large print, it's high contrast. You guys are using color contrast really well to indicate important things, like, when you're cooking hot dogs and it says, well, how many hot dogs do you want? Whenever you click on it, it changes color to indicate this is the choice you've chosen, which is great. And then the tactile enhancements of the machine itself. The trays have raised indicators of the zones that's important to know for when you're placing your food. Certain food goes on a certain zone, especially if you're having multiple food on one tray, multiple types of food on one tray. You've got to put them in the right zone and make sure they're in the zone. And because you have the raised elements on the tray, that's super easy for somebody without vision. Then you've got the two rows or levels that you can put the trays onto. Once again, super easy to do that just by feel. Even putting in the temperature probe or the thermometer. Once again, very easy to do just by touch. So even the button on the machine itself. Yes, the touch screen, terrible for accessibility. I mentioned that the first thing I've told you guys. Whenever you send it to me, but the button that you do to, once you send your cook from the app to the Brava, you have to press that physical button to start the cooking, but that's tactile. So all in all, it really done a great job with the accessibility overall, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's kind of interesting. So some of that stuff, like the trays and the physical button, those are things that are kind of happy accidents that we hadn't planned those out from an accessibility standpoint. But I do think it highlights one of the things that I've kind of learned the most from kind of this adventure over the past couple of years, is that accessible design is better for everyone, and the more that you think through different users' needs and use cases, it's making it a better product for our sighted users, for everybody. The more that you accommodate these kinds of things, and so a lot of the features that we have built out for the screen reader are the favorite features of our existing users who have had the ovens for years, and just taking that kind of mentality into product design in general, I think has been such an important learning for me as like a product person, and as a person, I guess, right? That it's not doing it just for one group. It's making it better for everyone, which I think is important.
Yeah, absolutely. Universal design. It works.
It does. It does. It does. It's been great to learn.
Yeah, I mean, I personally couldn't have imagined even, 5 years ago thinking that we would be here today and having made Brava more accessible for people with disabilities, much less people that are blind or visually impaired. It was never really part of the roadmap, and we set out, like I said in the beginning, to help people cook at home with more ease and convenience and speed than ever before. But I think when we realized that we were helping people that couldn't cook by traditional means or had challenges cooking with traditional equipment like a regular stove and oven and things like that, when we found that we were making a difference and that people were cooking more at home because we were enabling them to do so, that meant a lot to us as a company and to me personally. And I think we just decided to lean into it because it was the right thing to do. So I'm excited that we're here too. A couple of things, we're about to run out of time, so I wanted to wrap it up, but point out a couple of things. If you guys want to take a deeper dive into Sam's experience with Brava, he has a couple of videos on his YouTube channel, one that specifically highlights the app and another longer one that highlights the oven and some of its functions too. So make sure that you go to The Blind Life and just search for Brava, and those two videos should pop up pretty quickly. It's probably also wise to tell you where you can find Brava. You can go to www.brava.com. We're in the process of actually building out and making our accessibility pages much more robust, so be looking for that in the future. You can also find Brava. We just recently partnered with InnoSearch. So we have a dedicated storefront on InnoSearch if you want to go and look for it there. And it's also at Amazon and WilliamSonoma.com and a few other online retailers. But before we wrap it up, do you guys, Sam or Zach, have any sort of last thoughts to share with the audience before we depart?
Well, I can say that I am very excited to use the Brava to kind of supplement the cooking this Thanksgiving. It's going to make that whole full day of cooking, it's going to speed up a lot of that, and I'm excited to check it out.
It's nice to be able to be cooking when you have something in your regular oven, so that the oven doesn't become the regular oven doesn't become the wall that you have to get through to get everything on the table at the same time.
Absolutely.
I just want to say thank you to the folks at Vista Center, and thank you so much, Sam, for all your help over the last couple of years. It's been great. Really, really appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, huge
pleasure.
thanks to Sam, and a special thanks to the Vista Center, the leadership team, the SiteTech Global Conference. It's really been an honor to be here, and we thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Spotlight, the Pitchability 2025 winner, XR Navigation. Speaker, Brandon Biggs, CEO of XR Navigation.
Hello, my name is Brandon Biggs, and I am the CEO of XR Navigation, a PhD candidate at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and an engineer at the Smith-Kettlewell Eye Research Institute. Today we're going to be talking about Audium, the first digital map and spatial diagram tool everyone can use. I want you to close your eyes and imagine. You smell the smoke and pull up the wildfire evacuation map and hear
clickable show street map radio menu item check sub menu out of menu bar map clickable blank blank blank.
If you're blind, this map is blank. Open your eyes. When I say the word map, there are two types of maps that I'm talking about. There are referential maps where the objects on the map are the most important. These would be maps such as transit maps, park maps, and trail maps. Then there are thematic maps, where there's some kind of numeric or categorical variable overlaid on top of the geographic map. These would be maps such as COVID statistic maps, election result maps, or weather maps. Both of these are what I mean when I say the word map. In April 2026, the Americans with Disabilities Act Title II regulations go into effect, which means the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines will now be the required compliance for state and local government entities. This means that every state and local government in the United States needs to make their digital content accessible by April. The Department of Justice has explicitly said that geographic maps need to be accessible. These Web Content Accessibility Guidelines are 76 criteria that can be used to systematically evaluate digital content for accessibility. A recent report was published looking at the level of accessibility for the top digital map tools, and they found that none of them even met the most basic level of accessibility. The experience is what I showed before. For blind people in particular, they are completely blank. But blind people are not the only ones who have issues and barriers accessing geographic maps. People with mobility impairments, keyboard-only users, low vision users, and people who are illiterate are unable to use geographic maps in their current form. Oftentimes, when people think about an accessible map, they think about a tactile map for blind people. These are great if you can get a hold of them and you know how to read them. The problem is these are not digital, so they do not comply with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. Oftentimes, what people are doing now to make their maps accessible is have contact information on the map that says, if you have any questions about this map or have any accessibility issues, please reach out and call us. These are also not compliant with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. Traditionally, geographic maps have been made accessible using turn-by-turn directions, a list of objects on the map or a nearby address search, tables, or simple alternate text. The problem is that these types of alternate text completely remove the spatial information that makes something like a map. This is distance, direction, shape, size, orientation, topological relationships, such as the bordering objects and how they intersect with each other, and none of this information is communicated on the traditional methods of alternate text. So that's why we created Audium. It's the first digital map and spatial diagram tool everyone can use. The visual experience of Audium allows you to zoom in up to 200% without squashing interface elements, adjust the border width of features to make them easier to see, switch between using patterns and colors for somebody who's colorblind, click on different features to have them read out to you in text-to-speech, and really customize the interface to be how you want it to be. The non-visual version of Audium is like a video game, or an audio game for those who know what I'm talking about. You use your arrow keys, touchscreen, or other controller to move a character around the map a user-specified distance. Here's an example.
First tier section in Nixon Hall. First ramp, trash cans along with ramp. Second row table, west in Nixon Hall.
Using these conventions, somebody who's totally blind can access all that spatial information that I mentioned earlier, such as shape, size, orientation, distance, and direction of all the objects on the map. Our clients include the University of Washington, Wisconsin Geological Survey, and NASA. The digital spatial diagram market is $102 billion, and none of these are usable. I want you to raise your hand if you have seen a digital map in the last week. These would be Google Maps, weather maps, gerrymandered maps. Able-bodied people view 300 maps a year. Contrast that with blind people who view less than one. This massive gap is personal for us. Both my co-founder Chris and I are blind. My co-founder and CTO Chris has built some of the most influential apps in the blindness community, including Chicken Nugget, NVDA Remote, and an app allowing blind people to independently solve CAPTCHAs. I am finishing my PhD at Georgia Tech researching non-visual digital maps with Audium. This is an example of an Audium indoor experience. This is a demo of the multi-level Audium building experience at the New Orleans Marriott. I'm currently at the Canal Street entrance and I want to go to the Grand Ballroom. The first thing I'm going to do is open up a list of all the objects on this map by pressing the M key for menu.
M. Filter objects submenu 2 of 202.
And I'm going to use Control F to find Grand Ballroom.
Control F. Find edit selected Grand. Enter. Result 2 of 3. Grand Ballroom, Acadia Ballroom, 3rd floor, room, is 13.
And it tells me it's on the 3rd floor. So I'm going to escape out of this.
Escape. Audium map.
And open up the menu of only the objects on this floor by pressing Shift M.
Filter objects submenu 2 of 42.
And find an elevator.
E. Elevator, 1st floor.
And get directions to it.
Go 2 of 6.
I hit enter.
D. Directions submenu 5 of 6. Enter. Elevator, 1st floor, is 13 steps left and 7 steps up.
And now I'm going to use my arrow keys to move around the map. Every arrow press moves me 1 meter by default, and I can change that by pressing the dash and the equals key. I'm going to go left first.
Left arrow, Canal Street entrance exit, 1st floor, left arrow, bumped into wall.
So I hit the wall, and I'm going to go up.
Up arrow, walkway, 1st floor, left arrow, walkway, left arrow, walkway, left arrow, bumped into wall.
And I'm going to use a trailing technique similar to what I would do with my cane to see if I can continue up and to the left.
Up arrow, walkway, left arrow, bumped into wall. Up arrow, walkway, left arrow, bumped into wall. Up arrow, walkway, left arrow, walkway, left arrow, walkway, left arrow, quarter tower elevator lobby.
And I'm going to hit the D key to see where the elevator is now.
D, elevator, 1st floor, is 3 steps up. Up arrow, bumped into wall, 1st, left arrow, door. Up arrow, elevator, 1st floor.
And I'm going to use the levels menu by pressing L.
L, 1st floor lobby radio button checked 1 of 3.
To get to the 3rd floor.
Down arrow, 2nd floor radio button checked, down arrow, 3rd floor, enter, application.
And that switched all the features to the 3rd floor. So I'm going to press the Shift M key to open up all the objects on this current floor.
Filter objects submenu 2 of 41.
I'm going to find the Grand Ballroom.
G, Grand Ballroom. Go 2 of 6.
And get directions.
D, directions. Enter, Grand Ballroom, Acadia Ballroom, 3rd floor, room, is 2 steps up.
And if I go up,
up arrow, bumped into wall.
There's a wall. So I'm going to go down.
Down arrow, quarter tower elevator lobby.
And I'm in the elevator lobby, so I'm going to go left.
Left arrow, quarter tower left arrow, Acadia Ballroom foyer, 3rd.
And I'm going to go up.
Up arrow, Acadia Ball, up arrow, bumped into wall. Left arrow, Acadia Ballroom foyer. Up arrow, Acadia Ball, up arrow, Grand Ballroom.
And we made it to the Grand Ballroom. Indoor maps are used for work, recreation, and navigation. If you are booking a seat for a football game, you need a map to select which seat you want to sit at. If you are in a hotel, every single door in that hotel has a map that shows how you evacuate from the hotel in case of an emergency. These are so inaccessible that I didn't even know they existed until someone told me. When I touched them, they were completely blank. Indoor maps are everywhere, and they're super, super important. I want to tell you about one of our clients, the Vision Rehabilitation and Assistive Technology Conference, VRATE. They had an all-blind planning committee for their conference. And before working with us, the map they had was blank. It was a PDF that was completely inaccessible. So they had to depend on their contractors and the venue to plan out their exhibit hall. But when they worked with us, we gave them an audio map before the conference began that allowed them to preview and approve the exhibit hall layout for the first time. When the conference began, they made this map available to everyone who attended the conference, and over 2,000 people used the map. This is an Audium campus map for outdoor types of maps, such as neighborhoods or parks. This is a non-visual version of an Audium campus map. We're currently at the Visitor Center, and we want to go to the Flight Project Center. I'm going to open a list of all the actions you can do in Audium that's first letter navigable by pressing F2.
Open main menu. Enter. G. Get. G. Go to dialog. Enter. Go to dialog object. Clickable. Search property page objects combo box collapsed has. Enter. Search property page. F. A. T. Down arrow. JPL building 321. Flight Project Center. Enter. Toolbar. Go button. Down arrow. Listen button. Down arrow. Description button. Down arrow. Directions button. Enter. JPL building 321. Flight Project Center. Building is 333.9 meters ahead and to the right.
So we can tell it's quite a distance away ahead and to the right. I'm going to escape out of this dialog.
Escape.
And turn on a radar.
R. Radar enabled.
That will beep in the direction that we need to go and get faster as we get closer. Now I'm going to use my arrow keys to move around the map. Every arrow press will move me 4 meters in that direction, and that's because I have my step size set to 4 meters. I can have it set to whatever I want it to be.
Right arrow. JPL building 249. Visitors Center. Building 301.
And what we heard there was the name of the object that we're on, Visitor Center, the type of the object, building, and some coordinates that tell us where we are on the map, along with a short sound representing the Visitor Center.
Right arrow. Empty space. 3.
Empty space just means that there's no data for this location, which is pretty typical for maps. There's a lot of empty space on maps.
Right arrow.
Now I hear a building to our right, and I'm going to go investigate it.
Right arrow. JPL building 339. Cuisine Cafe.
Cool, there's a cafe to the right of the Visitor Center. Now I'm going to open the Nearby Objects menu and see if there's a road that we can follow to the Flight Project Center. I'm going to press F2.
Open main menu. R. Nearby Objects menu. Filter objects 1 of 9. Down arrow. JPL building 300. Down arrow. JPL building. Down arrow. Mariner Road. 35.6 meters ahead and to the right.
So the road is ahead of us and to the right. I'm going to close out of this menu.
Escape.
And go find the road and follow it.
Up arrow. Empty. Up arrow. Mariner Road. 320. Right arrow. Mariner Road. Right arrow.
Now, I hear something behind us, and so I'm going to go investigate and see what that is.
Down arrow. JPL building 301. Project formulation.
Cool, so project formulation is in between the Visitor Center and the Flight Project Center. I'm going to return to the road and continue.
Up arrow. Mariner Road. Right arrow.
Alright, and we finished the road, but I hear that we're super close to our destination, so I'm going to continue.
Right R. Right arrow. JPL building 321. Flight Project Center.
And we've made it! Outdoor maps are typically what we think of when we think of a geographic map. They are used for campuses, navigation, and city planning. They also are used for allowing civic participation for infrastructure projects. In my city of Atlanta, Georgia, the transit agency recently published a complete redesign of the bus routes around the city, and they asked for public feedback. Being someone that completely relies on public transit to get around, I, of course, opened up the survey to give my feedback. But the very first item on that survey was a map that was completely blank. And every single question required the use of this map. So despite being someone who requires public transit and depends completely on public transit, because I can't drive, to get around, I was unable to provide my feedback. So the city didn't hear from the people who used the transit the most. And this is happening all around the world, in particular in the US, because that's what we're talking about, the communities that are dependent and rely on the infrastructure are not being heard. I want to share one other type of geographic map, a thematic map. And this is a COVID statistic map. The visual version of Audium allows users to switch between using colors and patterns, adjust the border width of features, zoom in up to 200% without squashing interface elements, and customize the interface to be how they want it to be. The non-visual version of Audium has two modes, a tabular view and a geographic view. The tabular view
Table.
has a row for each of the features on the map and a column for each of the properties associated with those features. We find a feature of interest,
Down arrow. Montana row header row 2 name column. Down arrow. Alaska row header down arrow. North Dakota row header
and a column of interest.
right arrow. 292,604 North Dakota row 4 total cases column 2. Right arrow. 383,964 North Dakota row 4 cases per 1 million.
And what we heard there was a pitch that's relative to the other pitches in the column, so we can tell that North Dakota has a higher number of cases per 1 million than the other rows. Now I'm going to press enter,
Alert maps.
and that jumped me to the center of North Dakota and switched the statistic on the map to cases per 1 million. Now I'm going to use my arrow keys to move around the map, 50 kilometers each arrow press, and I'm going to use a technique called weaving to explore the border of North Dakota.
Right arrow. North Dakota. 383,964 cases per 1 million. Right arrow. North Dakota. Right arrow. Minnesota. 322,284 cases. Down arrow. Minnesota. Left arrow. Down arrow. South Dakota. 319,779 cases per left arrow. South Dakota. Up left down left up left down left up left down left arrow. Montana. 312,280 cases. Up right up left up right up arrow. Empty space. Right arrow. Empty down right up right down right up down right up down right arrow up right down arrow left arrow down right down left arrow down arrow south.
And what we got there was the shape, orientation, and size of North Dakota, and the distance, direction, orientation, and general layout of all the features bordering North Dakota. We also learned that Minnesota has the highest number of cases per 1 million bordering North Dakota, but North Dakota has the highest number of cases per 1 million out of all the features we explored. Thematic maps are used for work, data analytics, and politics. If you work in a profession or want to work in a profession such as oceanography, meteorology, epidemiology, or city planning, you need to view thematic maps. Currently, blind people aren't really represented in these professions because it is extremely difficult to get these types of maps in education or even if you are a professional. This needs to change. I want to tell you a story about one of our clients, Caroline from the Wisconsin Geological Survey. After 13 years of being a professional cartographer, she attended a conference in 2023 where she learned that the maps she'd been creating her entire professional career were useless to 20% of the population. She learned that the only way that she could make her maps accessible and compliant to the Americans with Disabilities Act, Title II regulations, is to provide a detailed text description of every single object on the map. The problem is that her maps had over 3,000 features on them. So creating a detailed text description would be longer than a Harry Potter book. She reached out to her local National ADA Center and they put her in contact with me because she wanted to know if there was any better way to make her maps accessible. And now we are getting ready to publish the most advanced accessible digital map in history. In the last year, we have had over 25,000 unique users. We received a $2 million grant from the National Institutes of Health. We signed a distribution partnership with the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. And we received an accessibility report showing we are the only legal map viewer on the market. Our vision is that all maps are usable to everyone. But we need your help. When I talk to city, state, or local government entities, they say, "You're the first person to have ever asked us for an accessible map, so it must not be important." So we need to tell them that it's important. I want you to open a web browser and enter in this link, audium.net/email. That's audio, M as in map, .net/email. And this will pull up a template that you can send to anyone to request an accessible digital map. We also have contact information for state, local government, or other types of entities that publish geographic maps. And I want you to send an email to at least 3 people to ask them to make their maps accessible. If you have any questions, please reach out. Our email is also on that contact page, but we really need you to help us. Allow 1 out of every 5 people to use a map for the first time. Thank you.
Well, that's a wrap on SiteTech Global 2025. Wow, what a great conference. SiteTech Global is a platform where a community of people working on and in accessibility technology come together to reaffirm our belief that universal design doesn't just improve products, it elevates lives. As we close today, I hope you're inspired by the shared belief of thousands of SiteTech Global audience members worldwide. Accessibility innovation isn't just a technological shift. It's a societal call for equity and a commitment to creating a digital world that everyone can access and engage with on equal footing. Thank you from all of us at Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and on behalf of our SiteTech Global speakers and sponsors. A special thank you to our generous sponsors this year: Aira, DOT, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Salesforce, Waymo, and Xantrion. We also thank Agiga, Brava Ovens, the Blind Institute of Technology, and Streamline. This financial support helps Vista Center's mission, which includes teaching, instructing, and delivering programs and services to the individuals who use the technologies discussed in our conference. Vista Center relies on this corporate and charitable support to serve our clients, so we are most grateful. Until next year, please let us know how you engaged with SiteTech Global. We love hearing from you from all around the world. You can email us at info@sitetechglobal.com. And remember, be kind to one another. See you next year.
Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year.